Good morning, everyone. It's September 5th, 2023, 9:34 in the morning, and just looking at what the SPY is doing. SPY looks like we're having a little bit of a pullback. So we opened at 450, and looking at the daily, it is a little bit of a pullback here. So just turning on my pre-market data here. I haven't had any trades yet. So watching AMD is an inside bar. Just about to put my level here. Pre-market low 108.02. Pre-market high we have a level here at 109.77. So strategy today is not going to be any opening range breakout or breakdown. And yeah, let's see what the market is going to give us today. Airbnb is very strong. It's up by 7.3%. So pre-market low here at 138. Pre-market high is at 141.33. So Airbnb did an opening range breakup here at 141.47, still going up, but no trades for me, not yet. What I've noticed recently is I'm getting chopped at the open with an opening range breakdown, breakup strategy. So for now, let's wait on the sideline and see what the market is going to give us. Gold as well is an easier trade. So if that one will take a while, then let's be willing to be patient here. Airbnb very strong here. For Nvidia, pre-market low is at 479.10. We do have a level here at 482. Tesla, look at how strong Tesla is. It has a level on the daily, and after it tested that level, it's just no turning back here. So So how about Meta? Meta a little bit on the expensive side, but just putting in the level here. Pre-market high is 296. So again, no trades yet here. Just waiting on the sideline. Apple, nothing really. Pre-market low, pre-market high here. We have all the way up here as well as this consolidation right here. So that's Apple. How about XPEV? XPEV is strong as well. And HSDT is a float of 543,000. So very low float. So this one I'm just gonna be watching but not trading. Just wanted to see how this one is gonna trade, but it's a low float stock, so very volatile, as well as be very careful trading this one. If you are on the wrong side of the trade, then that can really affect your trading capital. So among all this, we're only watching 6 stocks today. Airbnb is the most interesting one with that opening range breakout, as well as it did form that VWAP play. So is it right to do a reversal? Not yet. It is very early. We're just 9:41. So yeah, I wouldn't be playing any reversal at this point. Let's see what SPY is doing. SPY is still having that pullback. Looking at the daily here, 2 consecutive days that we are red, and then we have this high of 453, and now we open below the body of this. So weak SPY. Airbnb, the good play for this one is if it touched the VWAP 142, and if it is showing some signs of strength, then that can be a potential for a long. But at this point, that can be a little bit of a high risk trade as well, just because it's already up by already 10 cents or $10, 7.4%. So let's see if our scanner has an easier trade here. What is Boyle doing? So just going over the scanner. What is Billy doing? Nothing. So the reason why we have the 15 minutes here is it makes it clear that we are in this range. It's just going back and forth that range. Look at the AMD when it touched 108, which we do have that level right here. Then it just popped after it touched that. 5 minutes in AMD is actually a bit bullish here. XPEV. Don't like about XPEV is, yeah, it's just moving like $1 here. We do have a big candlestick here that could have been already the move for the day. Just looking again at the scanner. Let's see if there's any more. Okay. Since nothing is going right now, just gonna put another level here. This one is Lee. Pre-market low, pre-market high. So Lee, this one is 1.8 million actively being traded. Float is 798 million, not a low float stack. All right, so that is Lee. So this is what I'm watching right now. So let's look at the levels here. Let's see this level. AMD. This level right here, pre-market high, pre-market low in AMD. We just broke that level. Tesla, this is our level right here. We are now on top of that. Airbnb, this is our level. It already broke above it, a level, broke above it. And then we do have our Apple just in that range. And XBEV broke that level. HSDT, this is the low float of the day, but it's not doing anything. So Meta, as soon as I remove that level, it just erases everything. Okay, so for Meta, this is our level here, still within that level. So yeah, no trades yet. Being very selective here. AMD, let's see, AMD is getting a little bit interesting. Because what makes it interesting is we already went below the pre-market low. So now that we have seen the levels, let me share the other screen. Okay, so now AMD, what I'm looking at is we broke pre-market low. Looking at the daily here, we do have a level here, this moving average, but look at how tiny this candlestick is compared to this. So what can transpire here is this can still fill the gap or just test this level right here, that moving average, also the low of that previous candlestick. But you're just gonna get chopped if you enter a position at this moment because it's just inside this. It can either go in either direction, test this level or just test the high level. Okay, Airbnb, now we're waiting for this one to test the VWAP and see what it will do at the VWAP. 15 minutes, this is the first pullback right here. Wow, that's a good pullback here. 144, 142. That's already a $2 move there. Let's see what our level 2 is showing. Now for this one, is it a good place to enter long? Not a good place to enter long, because look at how big that dump is. This doesn't even look like it was just a pullback. Looks like it is, at most, it is short looking. So it's not even giving us a 9 EMA, because yeah, it did touch the 9 EMA, but look at how big this body is. So this one still has no signs of weakness. The only time that you get to see signs of weakness here, or signs of reversal to the top side, because it is now literally weak, is once you see a higher time frame, let's say in the 5 minutes. Not a lot of volume here though at the pullback. This is the pre-market high here. Yeah, let's just see what this one will do. XPEV here, XPEV looking weak, inverted hammer right here. Just entering short, XPEV. Just because of that inverted hammer right there. 19.83, 30 cents. 30 cents risk. Although we do have, so I just started a small position there in XPEV. So if it gives me a confirmation that this is weak, then that's the time to add to the position here. What I don't like here is that big wick right here. So the bigger the wick, the bigger is your risk. But that's also, you can also use just the 19.67 or this wick right here, 19.71, as the stop loss. So entry here, so stop loss is at 19.71. Okay, so that line right there, 19.71, is the stop loss. Not a lot of volume here when we're pushing up. The 15 minutes looks very weak here. SPY is heading lower as well, so that's going to help this trade. Trying to think of adding to another position, but it's kind of looking extended here. I did have 2 adds there. There you go. So this one is already a nice trade. So I know we transitioned very quickly. We were watching, I can't even remember what we were watching earlier. I think it was Airbnb. But this one gave us a very good opportunity because of this inverted wick. So just took some partial, very small position here, moving my stop loss lower than my break even just to protect profit. So that's how you look for an easier trade. AMD looks interesting just because now I did have my stop loss there, very small position. What I'm looking at AMD is this, what we call a doji looking. So this one looks good, but the daily is not. Daily is still looking about to test the low of the previous candlestick. So although this is very enticing, but the daily is not. So what's happening with XPEV. XPEV here, XPEV looking. Yeah, AMD, this one can just consolidate. So going back to XPEV, XPEV is working nicely. I'm waiting for XPEV to lose VWAP. I just hope that I have put more shares, that it is what it is. So just gonna manage our trade here. Tesla looks like it's stopping. Okay, Airbnb. This is what we wanted to see here. What is this 5 minute candlestick gonna look like? This one looks, yeah. Let's see. This is a potential for a 9 EMA. If it goes above 142.0 or 142.10, that can be a potential for a long. But this is a very volatile stock. It's moving by $1, $2. So even if you only have like 100 shares, that could be okay. Just because imagine you have to do like $1 stop loss here. So it's starting to form this 9 EMA. 142.10. I'll be interested in doing a long here. So 142.10. I'm waiting for that to print on my tape. Now the tape is 141.9.8, so it's not there yet. It's 141.97. While I'm waiting for that 141.10, I'm looking at here as well. Are we having a lot of rejection? Because if we're having a lot of rejection here, then this probably is just very weak now. But right now, 141.96, looking at the volume here, a volume is starting to pick up when we're pushing down. So yeah, abort. So that's how there's 142 here, but our trigger price is 142.10. All right, let's see. $142.10. Yeah, I don't like the price action here. That's how you have to be really sensitive with this level 2 as well as the tape. Every time it gets bought, the sellers just rushed in and there's like massive prints of reds. So this can just consolidate and still work in our favor, but right now, let's just wait. Wait on the sideline. There's like a lot of prints of red there, 142.10. Volume here is not picking up when we're pushing up. So that can also be just a trap. So yeah, I'm not willing to risk anything here at the moment. Not safe yet. Look at the volume here. It can just consolidate here. This one looks like very nice 9 EMA, but volume is not there. So I'm gonna go back to an easier trade. XPEV here is working very nice. So here it's just lowering down my stop loss. So I know this one, I did not call this one out quickly because we were watching Airbnb or Airbnb that time. But that's how you get to train your eyes. If you see an inverted hammer forming in the 5 minutes to 15 minutes, be quick and grabbing and starting the trade there. And yeah, that's the easy trade there. At least once you build a capital for the day, then you get to play around with that little bit of green that you get for the day. In that way, you don't have to use your trading capital. So this is expected. We're back in Airbnb because the volume is not there. So expect some consolidation there. Let's look at XPEV. XBEV, my stop loss is very close, so I can just get stop out there. Airbnb. Volume is not there. Okay, so now we're picking up some shares here, 142.10. Okay, starting a small position here in Airbnb. That's the 142.10 that we were waiting for. So I started a small position, Airbnb, and this is exactly the 9 EMA trade. It tested the 9 EMA. Now we are at the VWAP. Volume did pick up there, but we are right there at the VWAP in the 1 minute, as well as at the VWAP in the 5. So for this one, yeah, looks like a little bit of a fake out there. So stop loss here is tight, 141.73. So hands on the trigger, 141.68, giving it as soon as I see 68. Okay, I'm out of this. All right, so that one was what we call a fake out. It have that move, and then as soon as it have that move, we did have that rejection. So yeah. So trying to see whether re-entering this one, Airbnb. Let's see if that one was just re-entering at that level, 141, small position. And then same stop loss, 141.64. So let's see if this one still has the room to go. So this one got me step out. Look at that one. It's just very weaky. So hands is on the trigger again. If it tests again that level, then I'm out of this. Which is stop loss is at 141.7. So 141.70. So we're now above that moving average, but yeah, it's just getting very weaky at this time. So stop loss 141.71, just a very small position. So entry here is 142.24. I didn't like that we're now at the moving average here. Okay, all right, I'm out of this trade. Yeah, this one is just not moving in my favor at all. Okay. So yeah, this is the test that I was talking about earlier. So earlier we were just at 107. I said that it will test this level, 106.66. We'll be interested at this level because that is now the low of, yes, or not yesterday's, but previous candlestick. So 106.66. Let's look at SPY. Did SPY reach a bottom yet? That could be a level there. So looking here, very interested in having this as a support, 106.55. Will that be a support, or it'll break the support? So let's see what it will do. The next support there is at 106.60, 106.47, looking at the daily. There's still a lot of volumes at the bid side. So that bid side, yeah, still has a lot of room for this to go lower. Now we are at that support, 106.42. We still have tons of bid right here, 106.38. So what we're waiting for AMD is a reversal. Now it just broke that level, that moving average, 106.39. SPY is very weak still, so that is also pulling AMD down. AMD, let's see if we found a bottom here. That is the support right here, that moving average, 106.35. About to start a small position here to the long. 106.42. Looking at the tape here. Okay, small position with AMD. Just because we have that support right there, the daily. Big volume came in. SPY as well. Volume is have a little bit of a move up with the SPY. Trying to think whether I should add to this position, a bit late already. If it has a little bit of a pullback to 106.56, then I would like to add there. A little bit of a pullback, so I can add. You have some 106.76 here. I want some pullback before I add. 82, 81, looking at the tape here. 80s, SPY having a little bit of a pullback here. 76. Okay, added to my position here. See what XPEV is doing. Yeah, XPEV, I'm covering all of my position here, so all out at XPEV. Now let's see what AMD is doing. AMD, a little bit of a pullback because I add my average here is at 106.70, which is this level right here. So that is the entry that I have because I added to my position. So expect some consolidation there. We are at S4. This is my entry here because of the add that I did. Stop loss here is 106.38. 15 minutes, we did develop that big wick right here. So this 106.70, that's a good place to have that entry, 106.69 with a stop loss of 106.38. So you're risking about 40 cents. So if you're risking about 40 cents, then 80 cents would already make you a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. But this one, looking at SPY, SPY has some consolidation. SPY has that S3 acting as a support or a resistance right now. But it is forming that first big white candlestick in the 5 minutes in the SPY. So this one is just in that level of my entry. Stop loss here is 106.38. I don't have the stop loss here because I have my mouse pointed at that sell all hotkey. So let's see if we get to see any anomaly with the volume here. Bid and ask, they're just equal, so there's no imbalance here. What I like about this trade is that S4 right there acting as a strong support. This is the first white candlestick here. We do have that big sell off from 109 all the way to 106. That's already a $3 move. AMD ATR, or average true range, most of the time is around $3 to $4. So it looks like it's gonna have that move already to the downside. And just give it some time to consolidate. If you entered here at that support at 106.7, that's a very good entry because you do have a support at 106.71, which is yours S4. At the same time, if you're risking, let's see here, 106.36, again, that's just about 40 cents of risk. But take into consideration that this can take some time to consolidate as well. So yeah, just give it some room. That's why we're giving it 106.71, 106.37, so 0.71, 106.37, so that's 34 cents risk. SPY have that S3. So this one is a little bit of a pullback there. That's the thing about having a huge candlestick, because that huge candlestick will also serve as a huge risk there. If this candlestick is small, then our risk is smaller. But yeah, for the most part, all the candlestick of AMD is a big one. So what I like here though is look at how the volume picked up here. We are now at least above the S4. Now, for you not to get stopped out, you want to see what your higher time frame looks like. Your 5 minutes still looks like we're heading higher high, higher low. This low is lower than this, and although this high is lower than this one, so we still have to break that level 106.93 for this one to become a good trade. Right now it's just doing that consolidation, but this is giving people some chance to enter this position as well, because it tested that level a couple of times, 106.70. So 106.70, risking 30 cents with this. Let's see. Yeah, that's a good risk there. What is that? 34 cents risk. So enter at 106.70. Now this one is looking nicely. The turning point here was this big volume bar when we have that first white candlestick after it consolidated and after it had looks like found the bottom there. So SPY, looking at the 1 minute, it touches that VWAP, so expect some consolidation with AMD as well. But yeah, AMD looks very nice here. Some bids right here, so expect some pullback right here. But if you look at your higher time frame, that will at least prevent you from getting stopped out. Because if you look at the 1 minute with all that noise, you wouldn't really see whether is that consolidation forming a higher high, higher low. But if you look at the 5 minutes, it is. Looking at Airbnb here, look at what Airbnb did. So this is the thing about it, is still a 9 EMA trade, but it did stop us out. Did not want to risk a lot there, so it's just not worth it. So I don't like that this one is a doji there. That means it can go either way. It could have been a better one if it's a hammer or showing some signs of strength. SPY, if you look at SPY, it has that inverted hammer at the 5 minutes. So SPY looks like it's not done, heading lower yet. So we do have that 30 cents risk here, or 34 cents here. If this one has a pullback up 106.37, then we are out of this trade. So it tested this level a couple of times, 106.69. So this is the pullback. See, stop loss here, 106.38. Let's see if it will defend that support there, that S4. Okay, at least some stack of AST is building up. This could have been a good place to add, 106.60. Yeah, we're now heading higher. 106 point, yeah, this one was the good place to add there. I did not want to add because I did not want to adjust my stop loss. If I add to my position, just because it's now a bigger position, I would have to tighten my stop loss. So that means I would have to lower it down to 50 cents rather than 30. Moving my stop loss to 15 cents would mean my stop loss would be here. That means I'm not going to have enough, space for the stocks to, or for the candlestick to just move around. So rather than adding shares there, I just keep my position, and so small position, but still my stop loss is still here at 106.37. SPY having a pullback here, so that's not helping this trade. So stop loss here, 106.37. Let's see if it's gonna head there. 106.37. Hands is on the trigger. So this is what I'm saying. If I add it to my position, then since moving my stop loss would be in the middle of this, that means I could have just stopped out at this level now. But since I still have that stop loss at 106.37, 36, then I'm still here in this trade. So expect a test of this, the low of this. 106.30 is the low of this this AMD. SPY looks like it had formed that big wick as well. So imagine what's going on with that big wick to the bottom. So SPY had formed a big wick. That means all those traders who have their stop loss got hit, and then now they needed to cover. So expect a little bit of a push up there, because those who got hit with their stop loss needing to cover, that would at least give it a little bit of a push. So yeah, that looks like that's the last push down there. If I was aggressive enough, I could have added there, but again, this one can either go either side as well. So to make it an easy trade, just having a 34 cents stop loss at the same time, lower share size. I only have 700 shares here, so that's really low for my usual share size. But yeah, at least I'll gonna give this one some time to run. So while looking at this one, AMD, yeah, this one really looks good. If you switch it up to a higher time frame, look at how bullish this one is. We now have that hammer at the 15 minutes as well. So now this is the ceiling that we have initially, 106.95. So it already pushed up above that resistance. So now we have a new resistance, which is this 107.05, which is, yeah, pretty much this is just gonna push higher than that resistance right there. Then the next resistance is 107.23. So far this had been a good trade right here. Airbnb wasn't a good trade just because it's so weaky. It Let's see. Yeah, right now Airbnb is just going back and forth, um, and no, just going under consolidation. But with AMD, just because we time it to that moving average, this one had been an easy trade. CXBev, I thought I closed all my position here. So, okay. I am just gonna exit all out my XBev position. So AMD is a good trade here, working in our favor here. This is the two entries that I had. This could have been a good add there, but we did not add, considering that, yeah, that Airbnb trade was a red trade, but that's how trading works. Some will have fake out. That's why it's very important that you get to have that stop loss, because not everything, even if it's an A plus setup, it can still have that what we call a fake out. But this one is working very nicely. So this is what I was talking about earlier. That's the next resistance right there, which is the moving average. Sure enough, as soon as it touched 107.23, we did have a rejection there. I haven't covered any of my positions yet, just because I'm only doing 700 shares. So with that 700 shares, if I am gonna be partialing, that wouldn't really give me good enough profit, when in fact I can see SPY here had just that curl up. So this is what I was talking earlier. Let me get my pen. When it tested the low of the day, it went past through the low of the day. This is the candlestick or the wick right there. Those are the shorts trying to cover their position. As soon as they cover the position, then it has that move right there, and that also help the AMD trade. So AMD here. So next resistance here, once we pass through 107.24, is going to be the VWAP, which we do have that build up in the ask. So that can, yeah, just give it some time to consolidate. Expect that this zone right here, it will consolidate here. It will consolidate there. But, you know, that's how this candlestick works. You just want to wait patiently. If you entered in this S3 when I was calling it out, then you should be in a very comfortable position here. So while this one is going to consolidate, let's look at other stocks that's moving. Airbnb is just the, yeah, the stocks that's just very hard to trade today. So yeah, small loss with a Airbnb, but this AMD is working nicely. So again, expect some consolidation that's going to happen at this zone right here. Especially that if you look at SPY now, SPY is at the VWAP. So VWAP is a very good place to where consolidation happens. So expect some consolidation there. But what we're waiting for is for this one to break VWAP, 9 EMA VWAP eventually. So this one was the big candlestick here. That one was the one that I was saying before. If I added to my position when it was consolidating right here, then that means I would have to move my stop loss in between this level, and this. So that means I could have stopped out, one of those people who got stopped out here trying to cover it, and that's where the push happened. And that's why I just stayed with my small share size, which is just 700, just so at least I can have a 34 cents stop loss, which is right here, and did not get stop out here. So right now this is working very nice. Nvidia is doing the same, so that's the same sector. This is manufacturing. Nvidia is not manufacturing as well. Nvidia, it did develop that double touch, so this one, yeah, it developed this, it tested that level and then heading higher high, higher low. So AMD is working nicely with the 700 shares. It's already like up by almost 400 here, although just a little bit of a pullback, which is expected. That is a VWAP right there. Look at what SPY is doing as well, have that wick. So yeah, expect a consolidation there. AMD. So this is the zone that I was talking about earlier. This is the zone of consolidation. So that's totally fine. Expect some pullback there, some consolidation, as long as it is above that S4, then I will keep that position and then just let it run, because it did move significantly already, and the potential here now is to even test this level 108.02, which is the pre-market low. So we are at that moving average. We do have, yeah, still with that moving average there. SPY having a bit of a pullback in the VWAP, expected. Nvidia as well, having a little bit of a pullback. So we're just, what time is it? 10:27. Almost an hour into the trading day. Nvidia here though is above VWAP. So our AMD still not in the VWAP, but that's where it's trying to do. What it's trying to do is test that VWAP. So VWAP, so next destination here is 107.46 after it's done with the consolidation. SPY has a very strong pullback though, from 450.4, and then now testing that S3 with a SPY. So yeah, while waiting for this consolidation, what you wanted to do is try to observe those 6 stocks that we were looking at earlier. So this is the pullback that I was talking about. Let's see the 15 minutes. 15 minutes, yeah, still is just that consolidation. But let's see, we did had a big rejection at 107.37 there. So yeah, let's just wait for this one to, but 5 minutes still looking strong here. It's let's see if it's gonna break this low of this candlestick, 107.02. XBEV did another dump here. I covered all my shares here, and then it did have another dump there. So yeah, but was able to capture this move right here. I was covering my position here, didn't know that I instead of covering, I pressed sell button, so that's actually adding to the position, so I just immediately closed it out. So let's see AMD now. This is the 15 minutes. So now this is the time that I will have my stop loss. Now my stop loss, my original stop loss in mind is 106.37. Now that we're having this pullback, now it's time to have the higher stop loss, which is going to be a 106.41. So stop loss here is this level right here, this wick, because that created a support now. So 106.40. But I'm just putting the stop loss there, but I'm giving this one some room to move. Okay, so that's the stop loss there, but it has a lot of potential for this one to still be a mover. Just look at what NVIDIA is doing. It's consolidating in the VWAP. AMD is not even in the VWAP yet, so it still is about to test the VWAP, so that's very good. So that's why I just have a stop loss there. So now I'm only risking, so my stop loss is 106.39, 6.30, 39, and my entry here is 106. So my old calculator here, so I'm risking 31 cents. So with this 31 cents, it already moved how many? 106.70. It already moved more than 60 cents. So that's already 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. We still have some room. SPY is having a pullback. Even with SPY having a pullback, AMD is strong. So yeah, it's not as it's not copying, mimicking what SPY is doing. It is moving as well, like the same sector. NVIDIA is the same sector, which is the manufacturing those microchips. Now we're not at the VWAP, which is what we're waiting for. This can be a good place as well for partial. For me, I am just gonna let this one run. So I will just trail my stop. Once it moves past through the VWAP, then that's the time to move my stop loss, just like below the VWAP. But right now, expect some rejection at the VWAP. That's totally a normal move. Looking at NVIDIA, NVIDIA is just consolidating as well. I'm waiting for this one to pop above the VWAP, 106.4950. Yeah, some consolidation there. NVIDIA is so strong. It just tested the above the previous candlestick high, so that can also help this trade. So with that 700 position, this is already up by more than 500. So yeah, not a bad trade at all. We're now above the VWAP. Looking at, is there any other trades that is easier to take? So now we had the VWAP there. It's time to move this stop loss. My stop loss here is at the range, so I have to make sure that I have the stack together. So now my stop loss is just a little below that moving average. So if this one has a pullback, then I will be out on the pullback. Nvidia still having higher high, higher lows. So I'm hoping that this one is not going to test my level or my stop loss, that it can just pass through the VWAP. But either way, if it passed through the VWAP or it has a pullback, this one already gave us a good run. So that's the thing about AMD though. Once you kind of test it or time it, the bottom and the top, it is a very liquid stock, as well as it's trading 14.1 million right now. This one, although it has a wick right there, for the most part, it is a clean move right here. We do have stocks of ASK here, very bullish. What I'm hoping for this one is just give us a V reversal, that it got to test this level here, 108.02. That can be an easier route if SPY is cooperating. If SPY right now is forming a double bottom at the 5 minutes, if this second bottom just shoot up, then this AMD trade will have that push as well. So 106, I like that the ask side having that stocks of ask here, so very bullish. We now have that support, 107.48 is the new support there. That's the VWAP there. Looking at the 5 minutes, we're still higher high, higher low. So stop loss 107.24. I have about 25 cents stop loss from the current price right now. Of course, SPY is having that pullback again, about to test the low of the day for SPY. Nvidia have a strong resistance here, 484. So expect that pullback is bound to happen. We do have 107.30 here. So 107.30 is this level. So next destination here is 107.30. Hopefully, once this 107.30 gets filled, get to test that level. Hopefully, that is where some of the long is trying to add into their position, so it wouldn't test my stop loss here and I wouldn't get stop out. Because there you go, boom. Because the last thing that you want is, you have your stop loss, it hit your stop loss, and then you miss the move. And that's why I have like 25 cents at least allowance there for me to be able to capture the move. So now we have that 107.68 as the resistance. Next resistance here is 107.88. So 107.88, we do have, the momentum here for this to go higher is there. We have 107.80s that is here, and this ask, so very bullish. It still has the stop loss right there. Nvidia is testing the high of this two very strong resistance here, 484. If this one is broken, if this one passed through it, 484.58, 59, then that can give us as well the push that we were waiting for AMD. But look at where the volume is starting to pick up here. We have less than 30 seconds or 30 seconds before the second 5-minute candlestick starts to form. And what I want to see is that second, or once that 5 minutes candlestick start to form, is still that higher high, higher low. So we still have that very bullish momentum here. SPY had that double bottom here. So first bottom, second bottom, did not even have the momentum to even go below this. And now we are seeing that push from the SPY. That can help as well. NVIDIA tested that rejection there. Now our 5 minutes, this is what we wanted to see, higher high, higher low. So still very bullish here. So what you want to see in the trend is still higher high, higher low. So very bullish still. Next destination here, 108.02. That is the pre-market low. Let's see, 10:40. We're more than an hour into the trading day. SPY have a double bottom, so that's helping that. NVIDIA is looking very bullish as well. NVIDIA have that VWAP as a strong support, and then now we're heading higher high, higher low as well with NVIDIA. So I want NVIDIA to break 484.5. And yeah, if NVIDIA breaks that level, then we have a higher probability that this is going to go to 108.04. SPY having that consolidation, looking at the time, 10:41. Once we reach around 11, expect that there's not going to be as much fluid of a move at that time. So I'm just moving my stop loss now just below this moving average, just below the low of this candlestick now. But at any point, I can get stop out here as well. NVIDIA still testing that level. So my stop loss is, let's see, 107.28. I'm actually giving it some room. That is around 30 cents stop loss from the current price. But my entry here is this, the blue line that I place. That is my entry, 106.70. So it is almost a dollar move already. The dollar move here is this 107.70. So we are heading there, 107.70. Look at the stack of ask right here. We're building up the momentum, 65, 64. SPY, just a little bit of a pullback. There you go. We've reached that 70. So this trade right here already has a dollar move. And that's why even just with the 700 shares, just because it's a dollar move, it's already a $700 dollars move already. But it still has tendency to go test this resistance, 108.02, especially if SPY is gonna be on our side and just do a push higher. Then yeah, this can be a very good trade. NVIDIA, we are now heading to that consolidation time. Even NVIDIA is just, look at how many candlestick here that it's just consolidating. Although the bottom here of this candlestick is still higher high, higher low. So still can just be under consolidation. While we're waiting for here with AMD now, if you look at the 15 minutes, very strong. Look at that. So we were able to time it. Not the best looking candlestick, but since we have timed it based on what the daily looks like, because the daily, it just tested this level, previous candlestick low, as well as broke the 9 EMA, and that's the time that we entered long there. So that's why you always wanted to trade and look at the higher time frame. Looking at the higher time frame will prevent you from getting chopped because in the 1 minute, in the 5 minutes, looks like, oh, we already have reached, the, you looking at here, it looks like, well, yeah, this one now is the level 108.03, and Nvidia is pushing up already. So this one just trailing my stop lower than the VWAP here. This is the move that I'm waiting for. SPY as well has that double bottom, and then yeah, this is a very good low risk trade for AMD, which I'm glad it worked, because Airbnb, so this is the resistance that I was talking about earlier, that red level there is the pre-market low. So I am just moving my stop loss here, a little bit aggressive, but considering that, look at how big this candlestick is, we might have, yeah, a little bit of a pullback here, but even with that pullback, I do have now my stop loss, which is a 107.69 is my stop loss. So we have now 108. Let me just move it just 1 cent, just so I can, okay. So stop loss here is 107.71. So it's now 108 something. So 30 cents. Stop loss here, but it is, my stop loss here is already above $1 of my entry. So yeah, that one, Nvidia looking a little bit of overextended here as well. So that's why I was aggressive with my stop loss. So even moving my stop loss here, I did not like that Nvidia have that tapping out. It looks like it's tapping out. It can test the high of the day as well, but expect some consolidation there. If AMD tries to consolidate, then I will be out of this trade as well, because yeah, I already got the move I was waiting for. So now 107.75. So now I have like 20 cents stop loss here. Again, the entry that I have is right here, so it already moved more than $1 that we were able to capture there. So this is the pullback that I was anticipating. Super close to getting step out here. Let's see if this pushed up, that will be great. Otherwise I'm out. Okay, so I am out of that trade. So yeah, that one was a dollar's move there. $1 a dollar move there. This one can pretty much still has the room for this to go higher, but yeah, did not want to risk that much. Again, I did not get any partialing here because I only have 700 shares. So I started with 300, added 400 here, making my break even at 106.70. I went all out with my 700 position at 107.75. So that is yeah, more than a little bit more than $1 move there. Now let's look at XBEV. XBEV had that V reversal already. XBEV, what I want XBEV to do is to test the low of the day, which is 18.6. So we still have like 20 cents move here. I want this one to test the low of the day. And once it tests that low of the day, that can be a potential for a long. But right now, there's no trade yet. This can pretty much just be some consolidation here. But I will be interested here if this move tested the low of the day, and that can be a double touch or a double bottom. So with AMD, that one was, yeah, now we're heading a pullback. I wouldn't short this one at this time, because now going back again to your daily, if you're shorting it here, think of it this way: you are entering short or long in between this big candlestick. This can go either way. This one can either just test the high of the day as well, do a double top, but since we already got the move, did not do any partialing, so I was just trailing my stop. So happy with that trade, but at this point I wouldn't be touching AMD. Looks like a lot of traders did try to scoop that price 107.69 and went long there. So Nvidia did the same. Look at that. So it's still strong, but we were able to capture the move there for the most part. So I'm okay with that. So Apple, let's look at Apple. Apple is, yeah, we're now heading to that very interesting time of the day where SPY at least have, it did a double bottom. After double bottom, then it just shoot up. Okay, so AMD here, although it shoot up, look at how the 5 minutes looks bearish now. Looks like, yeah, but again, I wouldn't be touching it. You're in between your daily here, so no edge in trading that. Okay, so with XPEV, it did not touch this blow of the day, 18.6, but now this one, let's see, this one can be a potential for a long. So I'm entering long XPEV. What I was waiting for XPEV was for this one to touch 18.61. It did not touch that 18.61, but we started to have this white candlestick at the 5 minutes. So I entered long, and that's the reason why even when we were still in the trade with our AMD, I was already scanning what is a stock there that looks promising or that looks like a good potential for a long. So willing to add to my position here. Let's see if it has the momentum. 18 point. Okay, so added to my position with XPEV. So since I added to my position, my C 18.83, that is my entry right there. Stop loss here is just 18.69. So 83 is the entry, 18.83, and stop loss is at 18.69. So that's 14 cents risk. So very low risk here, but so 14, that means with the 30 cents move, that's already a 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio. And this one is already working very nicely. The volume is not really a lot yet, so expect some consolidation here. But yeah, so that is 18.83 is the entry there. We do have good volume, 9.7 million. And XPEV, it's one of those like NIO and those electronic vehicle EV cars. Float here is 669 million, so not a low float. What you want to do is, I was watching HSDT earlier, which is a low float stock, which is, this one is a garbage one. You don't want to get stuck there. So what I'll do is I'll watch NIO, because NIO is also a EV company. So if NIO is experiencing that push, then that can happen with XPEV as well. So XPEV, some doji there, that's expected some consolidation there. And then we do have this stock of ask, although we do have some stock of bid as well. So that's very equal right now. Expect some consolidation. Oh wow, Lee as well is EV company, but look at how the push with Lee as well. So this can also affect the, I did not get to even see Lee. I just saw that XPEV is having that, looks like it's bottoming and looks like it had reached the bottom. And initially when I called this one out, I was saying that I will be interested when this one tested the low of the day, which is 18.6. Did not get to go 18.6, but it did already form that first white candlestick. So now it is in my entry here. Stop loss here is at 18.72, so hence is on the trigger for me to get out of this trade if it reached this level. So let's let's give it some room. 18.70. SPY is getting yeah, a bit strong here. So yeah, this level right here, entry 18.83 and stop loss 18.70, which is a 13 cents. Wow, Lee had that massive push here. Probably have a catalyst. Looking at the daily for XPEV, not the strongest looking candlestick at the daily, but that's why we're only giving this one a 13 cents risk. So here's what happened with AMD while we're waiting for XPEV. Looks like AMD just have that bunch of consolidations now. AMD can go either way. NEO is consolidating as well together with XPEV. So XPEV, since this one is a not a cheap but less than $20, it's $18 stock. I just increased my share size here to 1,000 instead of the initial 400 share size that I do. So I do have 1,000 shares with XPEV. So with 1,000 shares, 18.83 is my entry. We are now up by 0.05. I know that's nothing, but that's why it's just like baking. You just give it some time to cook, or yeah. While waiting for that consolidations, let's look at the rest of the stocks that we're watching. So Tesla formed a double top there, but this one is very strong. So at this point, yeah, this one, there's no trade to take in Tesla. This one can go either way. So the resistance that we're trying to break off of is 18.92 because that is the high of this candlestick. 18.92. We do have some asked sitting right here, 18.95. So I want that to break, and then once that's there, you go. Next resistance is 18.95. This one is already working in our favor. So yeah, this one is at least an easier trade than I keep going back and forth that Airbnb, because Airbnb was, this one was an A plus setup, but look at how big this wick is. So it got me step out. But the thing is, you have to stick with your plan, because if this one tested that low of the day, you don't know whether it's just gonna go back down versus have your what you're waiting for it to go up. So my entry here initially 142.24, all the way it went already to 143, so that could have been a good mover, but with getting faked out, you just wanted to stick with your risk to reward ratio, because there can always be an easier trade to take, just like this XPEV. So now we tested that 18.95, acted as a strong resistance there. Lee tested the VWAP. This one, let's see what 15 minutes looks like. 15 minutes. So looking at our entry at the 15 minutes, it was still a good entry right there. 18.83 stop loss is that wick right there. So yeah, let's just see what this one is gonna give us. Nvidia looks like not able to sustain that level and just had that reversal there. So AMD still consolidating here, but I doubt that this one has a push because Nvidia already showed that signs of weakness and still have that pullback there. So yeah, we were able to capture the move, and now while I'm in XBEV that is working very nicely, I'm just looking at an easier trade again. So now I'm also looking at NIO, which is manufacturing EV company. So that's a sympathy play. This can also just be a sympathy play for LI. So what the sympathy play means, those EV companies or in the same sector, if one of them is moving, those traders who did not get to capture the move here, the push, so this move from 38.96 all the way to 39.47. So that's a big move right there. Those who did not get to capture this move will look into other EV companies and see whether they can have a better edge, because since this XBEV hasn't moved as much as LI yet, then most likely it will have that push up as well. So it's kind of like having that sympathy play that we call from the rest of the EV company. And look at what NIO did as well. It had that pushed. It has that moving average, so that's expected that there's going to be a little bit of a resistance there. So now we are up, yeah, nicely here by more than 10 cents, and that one was an easier trade. So while waiting for that, looking at other stocks and look at what AMD did. It's now moving still, which is totally fine. 107 point. So yeah, AMD is just so strong. I wouldn't be surprised if AMD is gonna close green today, because that's what they do, and that's why a lot of traders love trading AMD, because it's just so volatile. So now that I have this one already moved in our favor by more than 10 cents, I am now able to put in my stop loss. So stop loss here is, well, with the add I have 18.85. I'm just gonna put it a little lower, just the body of this candlestick. So I'm risking now 0.02 cents for this stock. So that's the kind of trade that you want. Once you have that little bit of an edge of the move of the trade, then the lower the risk. Now I'm risking literally 0.02 cents for this move, and it still has some room to go up here. So what I'll do here is, since this candlestick is huge, I cannot just put my stop loss here at the moment because it's so close to getting stop out. But what I'll do is, once this candlestick close, and what I'm waiting for is to have it higher high or higher low, which, let me draw it. So the next candlestick, if it goes right here, then I'll have to move my stop loss below this candlestick now. I cannot move my stop loss yet here because this candlestick is so huge that this can just what we call fill the gap so easily. So I can just get stop out so easily without me being able to capture the move. So that's why it's very critical. You look at the time, 11:03. We still have like 2 minutes, less than 2 minutes left before this one closes. But I'm waiting for this 5 minutes candlestick to close because I'm waiting for a candlestick that is higher high, higher low. In that way, I can move my stop loss at this level. So yeah, that's the thing that you have to think of when you're doing a trade. Lee is very strong as well as AMD. But yeah, no regrets here with AMD, because this one can pretty much just have that what we call rejection there. But we were able to time XBEV very nicely, and XBEV still has more potential for this to go higher because our moving average or our VWAP is still at 9.20 and we're just still at 9.01. And if you look at Lee already have that big move, so that can add to the catalyst as well with this XBEV, or what we call that sympathy play. Apple is just so strong, and yeah, at least SPY have tested the low of the day, 449, and after that, yeah, we are heading higher. So wouldn't be surprised if this one closed green for the day. All right, so last 10 seconds before I move my stop loss, waiting for this one for another candlestick. So boom, so there you go. So now I can move my stop loss beneath this, but just gonna give it some room just because it's still very tight. So this is 18.94. So I'm just giving it 18.92.02 cents, but it already moved with that 1K position. Yeah, has a nice move there. Hoping that it's not gonna stop me out before it picked the direction. Let's look at the 15 minutes, very bullish here. We were able to time it here. So now that we're waiting for this one to do whatever it wants, let's look at what the rest of our watch list is doing. AMD had that big massive move. It supported by a volume. It was. So yeah, SPY as well. What time is it? 11:06. Look at that. It stopped me out, and it already still gave another dollar move. So if I wasn't stopped out there, that could have been a runner of 1400 just with that one move. But that's how trading works. You cannot time everything, but you can just lower down your risk. And for this one, that's what we're doing. So I have my stop loss there. I am 0.03 cents away from getting stopped out, which is totally fine. Just watching it. Sometimes they don't get my orders fill. So if that happens, then I have to manually drag it down so I can get filled. So 18.91, looking at the tape here, 18.99, 92, 91. Okay, let's see if this is gonna get me filled. Stop loss is there. Okay, so yeah, that filled my orders. Apple, let's see. Tesla created triple top. Let's see if XBEV is just trying to stop out all the longs here. Trying to hit the stop loss. Not a lot of volume bar here, so no. Okay, so let's look at AMD. AMD is very strong. What I will be interested in seeing AMD is if it tests the high of this candlestick. I'm now looking at the daily 1010 or 110.03. Will be interested what it will do with that, because that is going to be a very strong resistance. So let's wait until this AMD tested that 110.03. So that's how you use your previous candlestick as a gauge. So that's a strong resistance there, 110.03. So let's wait until that 110.03 is reached. So let me share this. This is what right upper screen. So this is what I'm watching right now, right? Okay, so that's what I'm watching. But if you can look at the levels here, you have, this is the high, pre-market high, pre-market high, pre-market low. So AMD is still in between. So let's wait for AMD to touch this level. Tesla is already broke that pre-market high, pre-market low, very strong. Pre-market high is this, pre-market low is here, just consolidating. So Airbnb is not a good stock right now. It's just under consolidation. Nvidia is above the pre-market high. Meta as well above. Apple is, this is my level right here. This one I was just looking at this, so still in that level. XPEV, we are still in this, so this is the range. And NEO, I did not get to put levels there because I just added that. So what you can see is there's not a lot of extreme movement. What I will be interested is seeing levels that did they reach the high of previous candlestick? Did they reach the low of the previous candlestick? Are there anything that's a flag there that we're heading to a reversal? At this point, there's none. So if there's none, look at XPEV, we have our stop loss there, get a little bit of a profit there, but now having a pullback here. Aldi, is Lee a good stock to trade? No, because this is just going on consolidation. So with that, I will look into the scanner again and see if there's anything that's currently active. Scanner, let's see. NTAP is not a lot of volume. XPEV. All right, time to, let's see, take all the positions out. Okay, so all out of XPEV, so that was a good trade there. So let's see, did we get any other trades? So right now I don't have any open position. XPEV looks like it just stopped out. Those who have a stop loss here and still is moving higher. So all right, so since we don't have anything yet, I'm gonna go over again anything in the scanner. Let's see, Billy, this is an example of, look at how a stock that you shouldn't be trading. Okay, so this is, yeah, the stock that you shouldn't be trading. Look at how dirty. Look at how impossible to predict this one is. You have the spacing there with the daily, so that's not the clean daily that you want to see. So even when you're just waiting for your setup, you can be having a good training as well, just looking at some stocks and seeing if you can predict their price action. You can see if it's a good let's see if AMD is working or moving, if it's a good candlestick or not. With Billy it's not, because again of that daily. Look at this daily, it's not a clean move. So with AMD, yeah, waiting for your AMD to test first the resistance is 109.43, the second one is 109.76. SPY is, are we green yet? We're down by 0.25. SPY is trying to just touch this level, this 451.19, and that would make us a green for the day, for the SPY, I mean. So considering that SPY is about to test previous candlesticks low, this, and about to turn green. Of course, that will take a while because expect some consolidation there. What you wanted to see is what is the trade or the stocks that looks like it's stopping. What is that stock? Because imagine that once SPY reached that green, once it's already green, it has formed that double top, then that double top can act as a strong resistance as well. So what I'm looking at AMD now, high of the day for AMD is 109.04. It will test that level. So that's the next destination there, 109.04. Now, we'll be interested in AMD on what it will do with that level, 109.04, and see whether, look at how clean AMD is. And this is why traders like trading AMD. Will this level be a big rejection, or will it just go higher? Now, what we'll do is, in this candlestick, we'll look for some clues. Look at how our volume bar is dying when it's pushing up. The momentum for this to go up is dying. So if SPY have a massive pullback as well, this can be a good short. But let's see, that's a big volume bar right there. So a lot of sellers came in because we have, did we test the high of the day? Not yet, 109.04. I'm expecting this one to test that high of the day. But we are at the time of 11:16. This one is having a low volume. This can be what we call a high risk trade now, because this can still go either way. You do have, your high of the day there. If your thought process is, oh, I want to short it there, this is going to be the ceiling. Imagine that there could also be two traders' mindset is this can either go either way, right? Those who have the strategy of catching the momentum for this go higher is going to go long here. And those who are into reversal strategy will try to do short here. So expect a massive move in this level. You don't want to be part of that, most especially at this time. What you wanted to do is observe. You wanted to do the low risk trade here is if it touches this pre-market high, or it touches this candlestick there, that high previous candlestick, that will be the low risk trade. But right now it can either just go either way. So we'll stay at the sideline and see what it'll do, because together with Nvidia, look at what Nvidia is doing. Now if we want to switch it off and look at a higher time frame, which I advise you to do, look at the 15 minutes here. 15 minutes is still very bullish. So this can even test this 487. So no trades to take, because that's where market makers are going to have much of their profit. Imagine those who are trapped on the wrong side of the trade, they would have to cover their position. That commission is where the market makers are going to make money. So you don't want to give those money to the market makers. So let's just have them do what they want. Apple have tested this level for the 5 minutes couple of times. For the 15 minutes, it's still very bullish. Look at how pretty this candlestick is. So this one is just some, let's see, sellers came in, and then yeah, it's just pushing this up. Simply nothing here. Mera, it's interesting in the 5 minutes. You have the stopping tail here at Mera. We'll be interested if the Mera has 301.77 because you look at the higher time frame, which is a daily. Now, this can be a short as well once it goes below 300.63, but a lower risk is if it tests the high of previous candlestick, which is 301.61, because imagine that it's like a magnet. It wants to go test those levels. Okay, so what I'm trying to look for is a low risk trade. Let's look at XPEV. XPEV, we got that little bit of a move. It tested again that 18.83. But look at the daily here. You have the big wick from 19.86 all the way to 18.81. So the daily here doesn't look good. We were able to capture that little bit of a move, but knowing that this is how it looks like in the daily, that's why I did not even get to add to my share, although I just have like a small position here, but I did not push it because the daily is not looking as strong as what we saw in AMD when AMD touches that moving average. So you always wanted to base it on a higher time frame. Let's look at the 15. 15 looks like we do have a pullback here. This can be a good short here. So hands is on the trigger for the short. Shorting AMD here. So our thesis initially was wanted to test this one at this level, and if it doesn't, then at the sign of weakness, then that can be a good place to short. So shorted AMD, but this one now has a tight stop loss. Stop loss is at 108.97. Now, considering that this one is a high risk now because of the time that we're at 11.21, it's just a small position and then a tight stop loss. What also have triggered me to do this is looking at the SPY. SPY have that higher high, higher low, or lower low, lower high. Okay, but look at this one. We are having into a wedge. Wedge can go anywhere, right? So going any, you can either go to the long side or to the short side. But let's see if, so knowing that it can still go anywhere, that means this can just be a scalp trade. So quick in and out trade. Stop loss here, 108.90, that body of this candlestick. So 108.90. Nvidia is just under consolidation as well. So this is a high risk trade. So 108.90 is the stop loss. So just a small position here though. So 108.90, I always just wanted to put in my, well, where my entry is, 108.59, which is 108.59, just so I can picture it, whether it's still below my entry, above my entry. I have not the best entry here, but that's why I only have 400 shares. So let's see, am I sharing my screen? AMD, yeah. Nvidia under consolidation as well. Nvidia did not have the capacity to move higher to test this high of the day, but it can still. So that's why we're gonna be Mera. Mera, this is the one that I was calling out earlier because we have seen this couple of wick, and I said earlier that this is looking wick because of that WICK, but yeah, the short here could have been here. But Mera is a little bit of a high price stock, so I chose AMD instead. See, now what I want for SPY to do is that little bit of a pullback or a bigger pullback, so that can help my AMD trade as well. See, AMD can be very 108.9, so 108.9, just trying to calculate my risk here, and my entry is 108.59, if I can type it right, 8.89, entry is 108.59, so I'm risking 30 cents times 400, I'm risking 120 here. So risking, I like that this one is higher high or lower low, lower high. So if we put in here, we are on that trend, but I need this one to break, of course, my entry. That would be ideal. Now, do I add to this position? Not at this time. It's 11:25. This can go either way, so not adding to my position because I'm only willing to risk $120 on this trade. So let's see. Nvidia looks like it had found that that support right there, the low of this candlestick, having that support. So yeah, let's give it some time. I need this moving average to act as a strong resistance. Let's look at the volume, if we can see anything here. Volume, not a lot of volume here. Expect some consolidation. It is consolidation time because we are 11:26. Let's see, there's stocks of bid sitting right here, so that's gonna be helpful with my trade. What I'm looking at SPY earlier though is, let's see, at 5 minutes. So SPY already broke that wedge. So remember, we have that wedge earlier. If I can, right? That's the wedge. The tip of the wedge, you can go either high or low. Already broke the low of that. So SPY is helping my AMD trade here. So let's see. But yeah, this is gonna take a while. But now, yeah, we're heading lower low, lower high. Apple as well. So we're gonna go back to how we get to process and analyze those candlestick, because I know I was telling before that, oh, I'll be interested in shorting it when it goes right here. But if you look at Apple is having that consolidation and just have that rejection at that level. Same thing with Meta, having that consolidation, so rejection at that level, as well as Nvidia having that consolidation and rejection. So just having that thought process of how do you think of the stock market as a whole, because imagine Nvidia, Apple, Meta, all of those are the one that's contributing to what the SPY is doing, right? If Meta, Apple is showing some signs of weakness at the top, then that would mean that the SPY will be pulled down as well, because the SPY is just a group of the stocks, right? So that's how you look into and analyzing it. So SPY have that good pullback here, so that's helping our AMD trade. The best entry at AMD was when you see this red candlestick. Immediately after that red candlestick closes, the next one there below the body is 108.69. I was still willing to jump into the trade because 108.69 is the perfect entry, but I'm at 108.69. This one is 108.60, so I'm just late by 0.09 0.09 cents, which still gives a good risk to reward ratio. So was yeah, was willing to jump in there. So I'm waiting for this candlestick to close. And once this candlestick closes, since we're heading lower low, lower high, then I can start moving my stop loss to, yeah, lower than this. Because now I still have a 30 cents risk here. So I always just want to lower that risk. 11:30. So we have 30 seconds for this to close. Hopefully it stays below this moving average. And this kind of gives me a little bit of confidence because look at what Nvidia did, had that big move to the downside as well. What I want Nvidia to do is lose the VWAP, and that can help our AMD trade as well, because AMD still has a long way for the VWAP. So that means this is a good risk to reward ratio, because if we are eyeing for the VWAP move, then that entry here, 108.62, all the way to the VWAP, that is closer to $1, like 75 cents move there with so if you notice now, I just lower down my share size as well, because we're heading to that time of the day where heading to the consolidation. 11:30, past 11:30, what I usually do is switch my watch list to a 15 minutes. So instead of a 5 minutes, because imagine the 1 minute, the 5 minutes it's gonna have a lot of noise in it. Silence the noise by going to a higher time frame, and that higher time frame at this point is the 15 minutes. We do have a bunch of orders sitting at the bid, so that's gonna be helping my trade here. So for this one, imagine that we are into the zone, right? This zone right here, that can just be a zone of consolidation. So the stock does not have, or not necessarily has to go like a V reversal at, quickly. But what it'll do is, so you also have to imagine what the stocks would most likely do. So most likely this stock is going to consolidate right here, and as long as it's moving like lower low, lower high with a higher time frame moving our stop loss, then that stock, that this trade is still good. But know that it's just going to be a longer trade compared to, an opening range breakout where before, by 10 minutes, less than 10 minutes, we're done with the trade. Now it's like you sit and you wait. Let's look at our 15. 15 is still lower low, lower high. What I would like this one to do is to break the low of this previous candlestick, that 108.45. If it goes below that, then yeah, we're good. So that one acted as a strong support, but yeah, I expect some consolidation there. So while this one is doing what it wants to do, I'm now looking at different stocks and see whether we have an easier trade to take. Meta was a good move here, 363 all the way to 299. That one is still a 40 cents move, but yeah, it's just a high price stock. So AMD looks like we have found some buyers there. So that acted as a support. So yeah, we'll just zone into what AMD wants to do. SPY as well have found the support. So this is what we're expecting for some consolidation. Now this level right here, 108, if I was watching this, and I have a big conviction that it's going to go lower, then this could have been a good place to add. The only thing is SPY is now at the moving average, so I don't want to adjust my stop loss, because if I add to my position, I would have to adjust my stop loss. But since I'm already have just 400 shares, I just keep a 30 cents risk there. And yeah, let's wait and see. The volume bar here is starting to pick up when the sellers are pushing this down, and we do have a bunch of bid sitting right here. Let's see. SPY, do we have some room for SPY to go lower? This can just be some bunch of consolidation in the VWAP, so did not want to risk it. So yeah, just gonna keep that position, that 400 shares. Nvidia already lost the VWAP, acting as a support here for 83. You have to consider as well that Nvidia's daily chart doesn't look exactly as AMD. So AMD can just be, let's see, the 15 minutes is very bearish here. So thought processes could have been a good place to add when it touches 108.67. But now we are all the way down to, that's already at 20 cents move. So we don't have any business of adding to this position. So at this point, we just let it, do what it wants to do. This can have a potential to touch the VWAP. So this one is working nicely. Look at how Airbnb, the good move at Airbnb was during the pre-market, and after that, this one is just consolidating. So there's really, you cannot make money as a day trader with this Airbnb move. Okay. All right, so now it's a good place to make sure that our stop loss is just at our entry. So that's the entry right there. So only 400 shares, lowering it down to the high of this body. This can also just stop me out, but Nvidia is now below the VWAP, so that's a very good one if you're short. If you took this trade in AMD and entered it when I called it out at 108.60s, that could still have been a good entry. Stop loss here is just above this moving average. Just did not want to make this a red trade because it's already been a good day, and yeah, if there's no other stocks that is giving us any opportunity to trade, then this could be the last trade here. I need this one to break 108.23. Nvidia is below the VWAP, so that's very reassuring. This could have been, there you go. We just lost the support. Boom. Could have been better if I have a bigger position, but that's totally fine. We'll take what the market is giving us. Lowering down my stop loss here, just above the body of this candlestick. A little bit aggressive in moving that, but that one is a big candlestick right there. So let's see. Nvidia is still heading lower. I need this one to still head lower. Yeah, if this one is not as weaky, then if this, see if it's gonna stop me out. If this one is not gonna stop me out, I was just gonna say it has a potential to test this low of the day. So stop loss here is 108.43. I see some AST forming there, 108.43. Could be someone covering their position as well, because if you have thousands of shares there. That 20 cents move is already a big move. Nvidia found the support at previous or pre-market high. Alright, so now while I'm waiting for this one to hit my stop loss, which is also a move from 108.60 to 108.43, so more than 15 cents profit there if it stopped me out. I am just gonna switch my watch list to a 15 minutes, because at this point 15 minutes silence the noise and we can see if there's any other opportunity that we get to see. So AMD looks very nice. Meta, Apple. So I'm gonna share my watch list again after we're done watching AMD, but for now let's just watch the price action for AMD. I'm just switching my watch list to a 15 minutes now. SPY, just having that some consolidation. Volume is not there though to support that move up, but that can also, okay, next support here is 108.15. we have a build-up of bid here, so that's good. Very bearish, so build-up of bid 108.06 is the next destination. I need this one to break 108.14 before I move the stop loss. Nvidia is testing, or sorry, SPY is testing the VWAP here. I need this one to break below 449 as well, so it can help AMD trade as well. So let's see here. This one is just an equal, yeah, there's no imbalance here. But what I'll do is move my stop loss just above this moving average here, so I can easily get stop out here. That's totally fine. You can always capture the whole move, but as long as the majority of the move you're able to catch, then yeah, this is about to break the support 108.14. I need to have this build the momentum for this to break. Let's see, 108.15. SPY looks very bearish. AMD found a level at this level that I'm talking about with AMD is pre-market high. So let's see, if AMD is gonna stop me out, that's totally fine. That will be the end of this trade. Apple, look at the 15 for Apple. It's very bearish. Let's see, 15. Good trade. Where is my Apple? Apple here. Good entry here, short 189.15. And that's why you wanted to switch it up to a higher time frame, because if you look at the 15, it doesn't give you that clear sign that we have that inverted hammer right here, and we have that big rejection at 189.6. All right, so this one now, this moving average is acting as a strong ceiling. I need this to break 108.15. So 108.24, 23 is the one that's on the tape. Expect some consolidation at this time. See the 5. We have less than 2 minutes before we have the new 5-minute candlestick to form. Oh boy, there's a little bit of a spike there, very close to getting stop out, 0.05 from getting stop out. But what I wanted to see is a lower low, lower high. In that way, I can move my stop loss here if it forms right here. So this is the next candlestick that I'm hoping that will transpire, but we'll see. I do have my stop loss there. Yeah, Nvidia is just consolidating as well. Apple, Tesla is doing nothing, it's just flat, very close to getting step out. 20 seconds before the next candlestick forms. I have my hand right here, just so if it doesn't give me my share, then I'm out of this trade. Did you see that big rejection right there? Once it touched that 108.36, there's a big rejection. That's why there's a form of wick right there. But very close to getting step out. I cannot move my stop loss here because this one is actually higher high, higher low now. If I put a line right here, so hands is right here. Okay, so I'm all out. Just a small green trade right there. This move from 108.59 all the way to 108.4. I have market maker fill me with the 400 shares. They have to split it into 3 to fill me. So that's their business. That's how they make money as well. Okay, so that could have been just that big trend right there to go down, but this one now is an inverted hammer, so that is very bullish now. So no trade to take there. It can also just market makers trying to fill those stop loss right there, needing to cover, but we don't have any business in trading this stock right now because we are under consolidation. You don't want to trade anything under consolidation. Now with Apple, looking interesting. 189.37, 189.14. So that's actually just risking 30 cents. Let's see if we can see anything here. So I'm entering Apple here. Hold on. I wanted to enter Apple when it was in the 189.15. That would be an edge. But now I'm late by 0.05. 118. Let's see. 15. If it goes to 189.15. 189.15 is the entry that I would like. Okay, entering short here. I'm basing it because my stop loss is going to be at 189.37. Let's see. Now this one, since we're looking at the 15 minutes, 189.37 here is the stop loss, giving it some room. We did have a massive volume here to the short. Just gonna put the level here, so that's 189.37. My entry here is 189.13. So let's put that here, 189.13. This is a high risk trade, 118.13 is the entry. Stop loss is 15 cents. So soon as we see the prints in 189.37, then we are out of this trade. SPY just found a bottom as well, so that's not going to help this trade. 31, 30. We're seeing prints of 29, 28. So 28 right here. 26. I need SPY to have a little bit of a pullback. This one was the first red candlestick in Apple. So just a small position in Apple here. 37 is the stop loss. So while it's consolidating, just gonna try to check how much I'm risking. So 189.13 minus 189.37.24, just 400 shares. I'm risking 96. So I'm risking less than 100 for this trade. And it's getting warm. This can just be a bunch of consolidation right here. Looking at the daily in Apple, you have to consider as well that this is about to test that this is the high of previous candlestick, 189.86. Right, our stop loss is at 37, hence it's on the trigger to sell all or to cover all once we have reached that 189.37. So at the tip now, it's 189.32, 30.28. SPY did found it found a 33, 34. Okay, I'm out of this Apple trade. So yeah, risk $93 for that. AMD, we were able to trade this, but look at that, it was just a pullback. So now I'm interested with AMD as well, because our thesis earlier is I want to see this one test what it will do once it touch that high of the day, as well as this pre-market high. So let's watch AMD. So now look at some rejection that's happening here, because that's the high of this candlestick, high of this body of this candlestick. This one is going to go to 109.04. Rejection. Wow, look at that rejection. But that's hard to catch, because for you to be able to capture that one, you should have been trading 1 minute, and I don't like trading 1 minute at all. This is 1 minute is so erratic that it doesn't even give me some time to like calculate risk to reward. So plus with a 1 minute, there could just be someone covering, adding to their position. So that's why I never trade 1 minute. I stick with the 5 minutes. So that rejection right there happened because look at this level right here. You see how this one is that level of this initially this high, but the high of the day still is that 109.03. So big rejection there. But I don't think that's gonna sustain that. I think that level is gonna be retested again, because right now SPY is just consolidating. We're heading at 12, so yeah. If there's no other trade, then yeah, I'll call it a day. So with the Apple, look at what Apple did. This one got me stop out, but it still is. This is gonna be, let's see, a last trade in Apple here. Do we have the volume? What is the SPY doing? SPY is still weak. In Apple, just tested that level, but still is showing that weakness. But the volume here, it's not there when we're pushing down. So lots of volume here. This is going to be going under consolidation. Apple is down by 0.07%. Can even test the high of the day, which is 189.6. So let's see, still has a bunch of ask here, so still not done going up, so I wouldn't touch Apple yet. This is the one that I was anticipating, that short is not a short live. Wow. So did you see that? That is what you call a short squeeze there. People who were shorting this one because they thought that it was a double top already is now getting squeezed. You have to cover your shares, and since you have to cover your shares, that burned a lot of shorts, and that shorts, wow. And SPY is not having this move, but just at AMD because of that. Now we are testing. This is the level that I was interested on. I was telling that earlier because of that. That's pre-market high. Now we reach above previous candlestick high, 110.02, and that's the level that I'm interested on. So right now, there's no point here of shorting this one. This one is so strong. Look at how the volume. Let's see if there's any news at all. Camera system 905. 9 and forward camera system for AMD Power Hitachi. Just looking at if there's any news that came out, which nothing at this time. It's just that 9 a.m. news about having next generation forward camera system. So this one can just be a bunch of algorithm as well as some short squeeze happening. So we are now above 0.74% with AMD. Alright, so this is the short squeeze that I was talking about. Okay, so entering short here, just a very small position. Okay, entering short, small position, AMD, because I was waiting for that squeeze right there. So even before that happened, I was already waiting for it to happen. So small position, moving my stop loss here. This can be very quick as well. So know that since it can be just algorithm that is working, I will have to be scalping this. Okay, so I was out, but that itself is, let's see, to the short, 240 there. Can still be a short, but I don't have an edge, because my edge here was when I have that position at 110. So give me a position at 110 and I will short this again. So yeah, this can shoot up again, but that little bit of a move, 110 all the way to 109.62, that's already a 40 cents move there, but very quickly. That's why you needed to have your hotkeys on that. So that was a scalp move there. This is getting very interesting. Okay, I would like to short it if it went. Give me 110.16. $110.18. adding to the short here or reopening a position to the short, because it did not touch that level again. But this one, very tight stop loss here. Stop loss is 110.15. So let's see. 110.15 is the stop loss. Okay, so I'm all out there. So kind of like gave back some. Totally fine. Yeah, that's the one that you don't want to be involved in, that short squeeze. So now short squeeze is happening. Re-entering short. Let's see. And then I'll be out by 110.7069. $110.30. 69 is the stop loss. Looking at the tape, 110.69 is the stop loss. Okay, I'm out. Wow, AMD is just so nice. Okay, so let's wait until AMD shows us some signs of weakness here, because this one was a big squeeze of 108.47. So that one was a $2 move. It's now testing this moving average here, 110.11. Okay, 110.11. I don't have any open position. It's now testing the high of this, 111.57. That's amazing. 111.57. We're now heading to R4. Minutes, very strong still. Big squeeze right there. $110.40. Re-entering short. This will be the lasts. High risk right here. AMD always give that very nice move. $11.42. Okay, so entry here is 110.87. Stop loss is at 111.42. That move from 106 all the way to 111. That's $6 move. So I have a small position here. I did have to re-enter this one couple of times here. Did get to step out a couple of times here, so this one is working nicely. Entry is a 110.88. It took a while for that move to happen. So yeah, we're just gonna wait patiently here. It can test that level again. This is the first candlestick for the 5 minutes that's bearish. So entry here is 110.89. Stop loss is 111.42. That was an amazing move there. Imagine if we held this level. This is the entry here, 106 all the way to 111. That's a $5 move there. Wow. This is the reason why AMD is the go-to for all the traders. It just gives you that very nice volatility. If you're a swing trader, a long, an investor, this wouldn't really make much, because if you look at it, it's just a 29-cent move. But if you're a day trader, getting like a couple of thousand shares here and there, then yeah, this is basically where the money is. Of course, if you are on the right side. So I need SPY to give us a little bit of weakness, so this can help with my short position in AMD. I am sitting comfortably in AMD just because my entry here is 110.86. So we are now more than $1 move there with a short. Know that this can have that bunch of consolidation as well. So yeah, this is not going to be just an easy trade. Momentum is there for this to move up and down. So we'll see what it's going to do. But yeah, I do have my entry here, so stop loss will just be a little bit above that entry as well. So this is the short squeeze that's happening again. Those who were shorts right here got squeezed, have to cover their position, because imagine those people who were shorting this one base on the 5 minutes, they're going to have their short position at 110, right? So 110.11 is their short. If they have the stop loss somewhere between here, because that is this high of this previous candlestick, then they got stop out here. They needed to cover their position. That's why you have that squeeze up. But since our entry is at 110.87 or 88, we'll just let this ride. I do have a stop loss. My stop loss here will be around 111.16 or 111.42. NVIDIA is weak. We don't have a lot of buyers here, so that could have been just a short squeeze. I don't want to add to my position here. If I add to my position here, my break even is going to be in between, which is 110.49. I cannot move my stop loss, because that's not going to be a logical stop loss, because that level at 110.70 was tested already. So that can be tested again as well. So that's the reason why I'm keeping my position small with 400, but as you can see there, that's a wider stop loss, right? 110.87, 111.42, that's 42, more than 50 cents move or risk. SPY is just curling up. We're still red in SPY. let's see what it did for the daily. Look at how strong that one. This can still be a move to this upside, 111.59. That can still be a potential move. This wick right here from previous candlestick is acting now as a strong support. Once we break that, then that would be a good confirmation to the short side. We're now playing below the R3, so that's very yeah, helpful since I'm short. Now the thing about here is there's still a possibility that this can just be a short squeeze as well. Those who are short can just get squeezed. So that's why we're just gonna keep an eye on this and see whether it'll work in our favor or it will stop us out. I don't want to look at any other stocks because this one is very volatile, just working or just moving so quickly. By the time you get to look at different stocks, this could have just, squeezed or go to the move that I am hoping it will, which is the VWAP. So this one at least is promising because we're heading lower low, lower high. So this one is higher than this. This one is higher than this. So at least we're in that trend. Expect a lot of consolidation here. Those who were short at this level is gonna get squeezed again. So entry this is getting closer to my entry. Big rejection there, 110.60. That's already a move of 20 cents. 110.60, now it's 110.40. See what 15 minutes looks like. 15 minutes is still just under consolidation. Now what we can see here is it's above the moving average, so that can also just building some momentum there. What would help this trade to the short side is if SPY give us some signs of weakness. Okay, so hands is on the trigger here. 110.86 is the entry. This is about to test again this level, 110.69. That is the level of this candlestick as well as this candlestick, acting as a resistance right now. Once that's broken, then the momentum for the long is there. So testing that level again, 110.69. Looking at the bid and the ask, nothing is really there. We have 30 seconds to have this 5 minutes candlestick to close. So we need at least some signs of weakness which it did. It did had that 110.69 as a rejection there. 15 seconds. I need for the 1 minute to at least break the moving average. SPY is not doing anything. We are now higher high, higher low with the 5 minutes here. It's about to retest again the 110.69. This can definitely just squeeze the shorts 110.69. So looking at the tape here, 110.52. $62, $65. Longs are coming in. Let's look at the 15. 15 is still bullish. $62, $63. This is gonna be an epic short squeeze if it's, so imagine right now it's just building up momentum. It's having that tug of war versus the bulls and the bears. Long biases are jumping in, short bias are jumping in. So it's like a soda, you're building up the fizz. Once it decides where it wants to go, that would be a very strong move, because either way there are traders who are on the opposite side of the trade, and that would build the fire there. I like that it already lost the moving average in the 1 minute. I need to have this one break another moving average. There you go. SPY is also helping because SPY also had moved below the moving average. I need NVIDIA to move lower than the VWAP as well. That means everything is getting pulled down. But yeah, that one was a tough one. Okay, certainly the momentum for this one to go down is there because of what SPY is doing. SPY had that inverted hammer, and then now we're having a pullback. But this one is a little bit of a tough trade because it's very volatile. Just imagine it already moved from 111 all the way to 19. So that is like $2 move with a short span of time, 5, 10, 15, with a 20 minutes move. It already have that $1 or $2. It's why very volatile. But yeah, we'll give it some time. We are now below the moving average, which is the one that we want to see. Our entry is, we're still on a comfortable position here. 110.9 is the entry. Expect some consolidation here. This is just not going to be like a VWAP, automatically going to touch the VWAP. Consolidation level here is here. And what creates that consolidation? Those who are bullish bias will think that this is just a pullback. They want to enter long because they think that this one is still going to go up. For the short bias, they shorted it in this level, and if the bulls push this higher, shorts, which is this is their stop loss, is gonna try to cover it, and that would make that big push up. So that's why this one is still anybody's trade, either a short or a long. What I can see here though is the bid has more orders here, which is bearish. Let's look at our 5 minutes here. 5 minutes, what time is it? It's 12:20. Of course, this is the consolidation. This is the level that, if I can make it straight, big resistance that happened in that level. We have one touch, second touch, third, fourth touch. And then now, those who were short at this first red candlestick, who were short here, at least now they're at break even. Those who were short here got squeezed and covered their position. And that's the squeeze that we get to see here. Now for a short, the volume here is dying when it's pushing up. So the momentum for this to go up is not there anymore. So now those who re-entered short here is sitting comfortably. But since my entry is at this level, I'm just gonna wait on the sideline and wait for a big move to happen, because this squeeze right here without the news looks like just a bunch of algorithm and some shorts that got squeezed. So the consolidation that we expect this one to do is, this consolidation right here. Expect a lot of consolidation. That can take an hour or two actually. Yeah, but it's reassuring that the bid is starting to get that more of orders sticking in the bid side. We look at the daily here. Previous candlestick high is acting as a strong support here. Once we break that level, then we have, that next support there that we can wait to for this to break, which is, so right now we are at that support 110. Next support there is at 109.44, which is 109.44, around this level, so below the moving average. So yeah, that is the zone right there. But this one is already working very nicely in our favor because our entry is this. So this green candles, this green line right here is the pre-market high. Let's see if it's gonna be able to break that pre-market high, and if it does, then this trade is gonna be a good trade. Let's see what Airbnb is doing. This one is going to take a while. Airbnb, if we look at the 15 minutes, look at how this one, it's not a 9 EMA, but it did have that moving average as a strong support. But at this time of the day, expect that there's not going to be a lot of push, because at this time, most of the day traders are done with their trade. So if the 9 EMA, where it pulls back to the 9 EMA, then shoot up, happens early, let's say before around 10:30, 10:45, before that time, then that could be a good play. But right now, that's not a good play. So 15 minutes, very bearish here. Thought process here is, should have, could have added to my position, but I did not want to have a tighter stop loss, so I just let it run. So with just 400 shares of here, 110.86, we are now below that, a dollar move there already. So with the 400 shares, that's already more than 400 profit there. So yeah, just wait for that. I'm not trailing my stop yet because I expect this one to consolidate a while this one is such a massive move that it'll take a while, some consolidation for the momentum for the bulls and the bears to kind of die down a bit. What I see in SPY though is looks like we have found another top here. So you have the top and then rejection here. I want this one to go lower, and that will help the AMD trade. So let's go back to AMD the 15 minutes. So even if you did not get to capture, the 5 minutes, look at how clean the move is, right? You could have taken this one to the short 110. Yeah, your heart probably could have palpitate because it's violently moving. But if you look into your risk, you're entering 110.30, and let's say your risk is this above this candlestick 110.70, you're risking 40 cents, and that's already a move of, can't even see, 109.70. So that's already a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. So I like that Nvidia is also having a pullback right here. I need a lot of pullback because I am short bias. Now we just broke that pre-market low or pre-market high, that green level there, and I am waiting for this one to break 109.67. If that support is broken, then it's an easier trade. Still, orders at the bid is stacking. There's a lot of stack of bids right there. So let's see if we have any other easy trades here. Right now with the 6 stocks that we're watching, this one is working very nicely. So what's our next level here? So you can see that this one is just a bunch of algorithms. Those people who were short got squeezed. And now we are previous day high of the body of this. So that's acting as a strong support. So expect some consolidation here. Buyers can even step in right now because that's such a big move already. So with that big move, I am gonna put in my stop loss. This is the time to trail the stop. So 400 shares, trailing the stop, just above this pre-market high. Expect some buyers because that would be a level where those who were shorts, 110.30, 109.4, that's already a 90 cents move. They're gonna cover their position. So yeah, expect some covering that's happening there. If I get stop out here, that's totally fine as well. But I would rather have this one to even go lower. And SPY is helping as well because SPY is having a pullback. So let's see, still a bunch of bids sitting here. Lowering down my stop, kind of tight. Okay, about to get stop out. Okay, so I'm out. That could have moved more, but at this point I am just, so done with the trade. Just gonna move more, but just done. Let's see if we have easier trade to take. Apple, this one was the trade that we took earlier but got stopped out. Now no trades to take here. BNB. Look at this squeeze right here. Not a lot of volume compared to the volume right here. So that means this is just going to be a short leave. Yeah. I wouldn't short this one because you're still in the middle of it. But expect that at this time of the day, you're just scalping. Apple. Apple has a very nice, yeah, this one. Apple now is a good short. So I'm shorting Apple. Okay, shorting Apple here. I'm basing it from the 15 minutes. Look at this stopping tail or this doji right here. So my entry here with Apple. Let me just clear my chart here. So only small position with Apple, which is entry. Let's see, my entry is 189.56. So 189.56. Stop loss here is just 189.66. So I'm risking 10 cents in Apple. So entry 56, stop loss just this. So 56, 66, I'll just put 0.01. So yeah, risking 56, 66, like around 11 cents. Now let's see if it's gonna get me stop out here. The reason why I was interested with this is previous candlestick, this hammer right here or doji looking, we were so close to that 189.87. 189.87 is at this level, but then okay, so preparing my order here. 860. So stop loss here is at 69. Once it prints that 69 on the tape, then I am out. 65. SPY having a little bit of a pullback, so that's helping this. 63 here. So that's why I also just wanted to monitor it, because like 0.02 cents is just the market makers trying to make some profit as well. So 66, 67, looking at the tape. Here, 67. Let's see. So 69 is my exit, but there was a rejection right there. 64. Tape is just showing 62, 61. So even if I'm not looking so closely with the candlestick, I'm just looking at the tape here, and once it hits, it prints 189.69, then I am out of the trade. If you notice, bunch of bids sitting there, 189.56. So that's very bearish there. SPY as well is heading a little bit of, well, with the 5 minutes is consolidating. 189.65. Dang. This is gonna be a long trade. Big rejection there at 189.67. 66. Big 69.66 right now. So this one, just a small position. I only have 400 shares. 65. So 5 minutes. Let's look at the 5 minutes here, just because the tape is giving me a headache. Okay. Let's see the 15. So 67, that's 69 is my stop loss. And this is on the trigger. So I'm waiting for this one to consolidate, looking at the rest of the stocks or our watch list, I should say. And there's really nothing going on. AMD looks like, wow. Alright, that was a squeeze there. Look at the squeeze. A big rejection after the squeeze. So hands is on the trigger. 89.67 is the stop loss. There's a bunch of 67 there, so we're heading there. It's gonna do 68, 67. Because initially, once it goes to 67, we have that rejection there. So 67, big rejection at 67. I'm having it at 68.01 cents. So stop loss is still there, but I'm just having it at 0.01 cents allowance, because every time it passed through that, we have a big rejection coming up. So 68, big orders at 69, so it will go at 69. So 0.02 there. Okay, so I am out of that trade. Okay, and that's why, yeah, you have to honor your stop loss there, because that was a big squeeze. Okay, so let's see if there's an easier trade. Look at what AMD did. AMD, we were able to capture this 110 all the way to 109. AMD is looking so nice here. What I want AMD to do is to test again the high of the day, and that would be a time to short. Right now, there's no trade to take here. Airbnb is looking very nice as well, because the 15 minutes, look at this volume bar right here. We're dying. This volume bar, when it's pushing up, that means this can test this level. That level, once we show some signs of weakness, that can be a good place to short, because yeah, there's no volume to support this. Okay, so let's look at what Apple did. Yeah, got that squeeze there. It's testing the high of that previous candlestick, 189.90. 189.90. There's going to be a sudden move that's going to happen at this 90 here, because that is the high of previous candlestick here. Tesla, on the other hand, is very nice. Had moved from 245 to 256. So that is at least $11 move. So for this one, I would like to see Apple go to 189.89. That is the high of this daily, this candlestick right here. And we haven't been, let's see, what's the next level there is this level here. So let's mark that because that would be very interesting to see. 189, yeah. Just like what happened to AMD earlier, that violent move, that's gonna happen in Apple as well once it hits 189.86. So looking at AMD here, as well as Airbnb, I like to see that Airbnb shows us some signs of weakness here. Big candlestick here, but the volume now is not there. So let's look at what Apple is gonna do. This is the level, just moving very slowly in that 189.89. Look at what XPEP did. XPEP, we got this move right here, like a 10 cents move, but after that it's just like doing nothing. As well as NEO, doing nothing. Lee is the one that has that good move, but after this big candlestick, which if you are day trading, that would be hard to catch because there was not even certain news. There's not even a news, so that can just be a bunch of algorithms. Yeah, so no trades right there. Right now I don't have any open position, but we were watching Apple. Let's see if this one even have the momentum for this to test that 189.89. Yeah, this one is just showing weakness now here. What I'd like to see with Airbnb is for this to test this level, then test this high. It would be nice to short it here or here, because it's already giving us that clue that the volume is not there to support this move, but I want the shorts to get squeezed first before entering. That's where your risk is going to be lower. Right now, risk here of entering short is so high because this can just test this level here as well as this level. So AMD looks like the good move, the easy move with AMD already is finished, because you cannot trade this one. You're in the middle basically. If I have kept my position here, that could have been a good risk to reward ratio, but at this point this can just test the high of the day or just break from that, but no edge in trading this yet. So let's see if the scanner is going to give us anything, because right now we are at 1243 and just a bunch of consolidation. So nothing here. CGC. Penny stocks. What is the airline or traveling sector is doing? Oh, just out of curiosity, 14.92. CCL. How about Delta? Delta have that double bottom here, but no trades to take there. Okay, so we're watching Apple. So yeah, this is the one. If you were short here, you're not in a good position right now, just because that one was just a little bit of a pullback. This one is heading to that high of that previous candlestick, this, which is 189.89. Let's see what it's gonna do at that level. this is the reason why I mentioned that there's no trades to take in AMD at this time, because this can either go to the upside or to the low side. We'll be interested in shorting this one if it tests again the high of the day. Yeah, but at this point, you're just gonna be paying commissions, so don't even touch that. Okay, AMD is getting interesting, most especially the 15. So we were able to ride this move. So now look at the volume here. When it's pushing up, there's no volume to support it. So at most this can be a short, but again, not the time yet to short. Because if you're shorting, you're gonna have a lot of risk right here. You're talking about 110.25, 111.42. More than $1 risk, not worth it. So if it doesn't give me anything, I think I will call it a day. What's with all this wheat stock? Tilray, penny stocks, Bank of America. Look at this looking algorithmic, right? All those wick. You can already tell that this one is just a bunch of algorithms, so not a lot of retail traders are watching this. Plus, this is a large cap, 7.9 billion. It'll take that much of shares for you to be able to see a significant move with this. So this is the one that you want to stay away from. What you wanted to trade is those stocks that day traders, retail traders are watching. The no movement. PLTR, let's see. So I'm just going over the scanner because right now, let me share my right upper screen. Because right now, let's see, my right upper, which is my watch list, is not doing anything. We are in that consolidation level. So since I do not see any easy trade, I am going back to the scanner and see whether the scanner is catching any of those big movements. So Airbnb, if you notice this, we are now at the 15 minutes chart here because we are heading to the consolidation. Our Apple here, this is the one, the level that we're watching is about to test that. Airbnb, this is the level that we're watching. That is the consolidation level of this. I would like to see this one touch as well the high of the day. That can be a good place to short. As well as Apple, this could be a good place to short if it shows us some signs of weakness. But the last thing that you want to do is short it when it still is pushing up. What you want to do is you already have that level in mind and you wait until it tests that level. So what it'll do is it's gonna shoot up above that level. Now above that level, so it will shoot up. Let me make my pen bigger. It will shoot up this level, but what you wanted to see is an inverted hammer right at that level. That would be the place to short. And of course, that inverted hammer, imagine that would be a red inverted hammer because it's closing below the high. So that would be, I wish this is, there you go. Inverted hammer, that will be the place to short. So that's what we're waiting for Apple. With Airbnb, the same thing. If it tests this level again, we see an inverted hammer. That would be the place to short. You short it below the body. Stop loss, if it's a big wick, you use the body. If it's a small wick, you use the wick. So until then, there's no trade to take. AMD here, just bunch of consolidation. And I am getting hungry. So if we don't see any trades, then I will just do my recap and yeah, call it a day. Tesla, this is the first, let's see, This is the 245 all the way to 256. Now since we have switched to 15 minutes, of course, one candlestick is a 15 minutes, so that will take time for our thesis to even form, just because, imagine that per candlestick takes 15 minutes to close. So we are heading in that time, 12:50, where there's not going to be a lot of movers. At this point, the best move will happen around 3 to 4. That's what we call the power hour. Okay, so let's see what Airbnb is doing, and probably we can see whether it's going to give us any clue or, that volume price analysis. Okay, so let's see if I can share this. All right, so that's the Airbnb. We're heading now to this this level, 143.7. We're looking at the 15. Let's look at the 5. Apple now. Look at this. Had that rejection again at 189. I have two stabs with Apple. This first stab right here. This is the second stab. Yeah. The only time I will re-enter this is if it goes in this level. Otherwise, I wouldn't be touching Apple again. Bunch of consolidation, nothing to trade here. Okay, so let's go over again some of stocks in the scanner. Just trying to see if there's anything that is the usual suspect here. KSS, calls, no movements. You see this level 2 as well as the tape. It doesn't even print anything in the tape. So there's like no buying and selling there. Just very erratic. So that could just be just a bunch of algorithms. Boil. Look at how ugly that daily is. You cannot make money out of that. Dusts. 3.1 million shares. Look at the bid and the ask. Looks like it's stalling. Not a lot of prints. So not worth our time. Come on, Apple. Just touch that level already. 189.86. You want to go there. Look at the bunch of orders sitting here. I just like to see that violent move once it goes to that 189.89. So at least we can get some trades in. For those scalpers, what they do is they enter long here, 189.60, because it will test that level. So that still is 189.90. So that still is a 30 cents there. That still is a decent money if you have thousands of shares there. But I don't like scalping. I would like to have I like following the trend. I like following and giving it some time. That's why I trade 5 minutes, 15 minutes. So now we just have tested the high of the day and it been. So now we have formed a new high of the day. Okay, so this one is taking forever. Let me look at Airbnb. Airbnb tested that high. Not the high of the day, but the high of this. So just wanted to put a level here. So that one was the level that was tested. Now it's gonna test this level, 144.02. I would like to short it if it's at 144.25. So yeah, nothing really fun going on. Look at that rejection right there. That is expected because that is the high of this candlestick. So acting as a strong ceiling at the moment. Not a lot of volume when it was pushing down. So that one will be tested. So it's going to shoot up above that 143.74. It will take a while for that to happen, but it will happen. We are heading into that time where we are not seeing any moves at all. And that's also because if you look at the SPY, this 15 minutes, another 15, another 15, another 15. For the last 1 hour, we're just consolidating. So that can happen still for the next, what time is that? 1, 2, 3, 2 hours. It will just be a bunch of consolidation. We will see a good move after 3 to 4. So yeah, waiting for still a good move here. Open for a new trade if our watch list is going to give us something, but right now there's nothing. All right, so while waiting for Airbnb to go up all the way here, as well as 144.25, and Apple, while waiting for this one to touch this level, 189.87, which is the high of this previous candlestick, let's just do a recap. All right, so let's see here. All right, whoa, SPY is doing something at least. At least it broke that level for 30.32. But will that make it interesting? Nothing. Apple here had been consolidating for a while. Look at that higher time frame. It's still higher high, higher low. So it still is can test that 189.88. So last scan, whether we still have or we can have a trade while I'm doing a recap. Not a lot of volume there. Yeah, this one was algo here. Look at that. At that algo, there were like 4.71 million that came in. That's awesome. If I did not cover my position here, that could have been one and done. All right, so last check, Apple. Yeah, this one is gonna be a good short once it goes below 189.6, because it did not even have the momentum for this to go higher than this 89.81. Although I was looking for this one at this level, 89.88, did not have a momentum. So 89.60 is a good short. Let's see the 5 minutes. Volume there. At least we're starting to build up with the volume. So 89.60, it's a good short. And then in 45 seconds, we're gonna have another 15 minutes candlestick. So let's see. Let's see if we can have one more trade here. Airbnb doing nothing. AMD as well. I'm waiting for 20 seconds for the next 15 candlestick to form. So 89.59 is the entry to the short if it goes there. Okay, this is the candlestick that I'm waiting for. Hands is on the trigger. 60 is the short. 62. 65 is buy, is doing nothing. Okay, so I entered short. That was quick. With Apple, this is going to be the last trade here. And of course, it's just squeeze the shorts right after. Look at what this buy did. Let's just have that wick. Okay. That one was just a small position. So stop loss here is just this high of the day. So let's see, my entry is 189.60, which is this 189.60. Stop loss here is gonna be this level, high of the day. So far it's working okay. So 189 point, to be exact, that's not rounding it off, is 189 point, that's the entry there, 189.59. So if I only have 400 shares, 189.59, stop loss is 189 point, really bad in math here, 59. Stop loss is 189.81, risking 22 cents for the 400 shares that I have. $88 I'm risking, and now it's working in my favor. This took a while, but also SPY is on our side because it just broke that level. We're now breaking VWAP. So yeah, Apple, we time it nicely. Could have been better if I have more position, but the time of the day, usually I don't want to put a lot of a big position there. So 400 is okay with me. Tesla is a very good short as well. Look at the 15 at Tesla. This is the short right here. Short is at 256.46. Stop loss 256.86. You're risking 50 cents. And you're already at 1-to-1 if it moves $1. So this is, at least SPY broke the VWAP, so makes it a bit interesting for the move. I don't know whether it has a follow through, but now we're back at break even, totally fine. Let's see what this one is doing. Yeah, just a bunch of consolidation here. AMD also has a good and very nice rejection here. Could have been a good short, but I'm already in Apple, so we'll stick with our Apple thing. Alright, so let's look at, this is how it looks like in the 15, 30 minutes. 30 minutes, this is the first red candlestick at the 30 minutes. We are heading lower low, lower high, home for the 30 minutes. So yeah, let's take some time for this one. Tesla This is the short that I was talking about earlier. 256.46 could have been a good short, and it's moving nicely already. SPY is having a pullback, which is good. We're now below the VWAP. Excellent. That's gonna help our Apple trade here. Apple. See if it touch again 189, I will add to that position, but looks like it's not, because SPY already had a move below the VWAP, so we'll keep that small share size of 400. Let's see what else can be there. Yeah, this one's just gonna take a while, but this is a good risk to reward ratio. If I don't have an open position with Apple, I could have taken this one to the short at 256. So let's see, let's just put a line. So if that one was the short, this one was the stop loss, a very tight stop loss there. So we'll go back to that. Just wanna see our thesis. Apple here is working in our favor, so working very nice. AMD is the one that I wanted to short again if it goes at least above this level, but it did not. So it did not give me a good risk to reward ratio, but this one is very weak because this one is just a bunch of algo. Apple is working nicely. This is the move that I was waiting for. At least it's working now. I did have to do 2 stabs. First stab, second stab, third stab. Third is always the charm. Well, not in the trade. You always want to have just the first stab is the lesser stab, the better. So now we have that support, 189.41. I need that support to be broken. Good. Beautiful here. Look at this. So at this point, I'm just gonna move my stop loss so I don't get to risk any of the money that I already made. Small position here, moving that stop loss. So even if this one stopped me out, I can still make money out of that. But right now, this one is looking very nicely with a SPY as well. I don't know if there's a news in SPY. State Street Global Advisor Survey. Investors remain confident in their advisory ability to navigate market volatility despite lingering concerns about investment prospect for 2025. That's the latest and greatest with the SPY. So nothing really. Just a bunch of algos. Lowering down my risk. So now stop loss is just above that moving average. It would be nicer if this one still heads lower. SPY looks like still have some room to go here. It just encountered that support, but okay, so this one's taking longer. Tesla now. All right, so this is what we were looking at earlier. That, where was that, 15 minutes? Entry, stop loss, it's already giving you that 1-to-1. So that's how you get to time and you get to have a lower risk. So high probability trade is you look into a higher time frame, this, the 15 minutes, and now that was an easy trade right there. If I did not have the Apple position, I could have ride this one to the short, but that's why I just called it out to short here, stop loss right here. Wow, this is the pullback. So those who were shorts, we are getting having a very good profit at this time. So entry 89.59, stop loss. So although that's just a 10 cents move, but we still have a long way to go because SPY is having a pullback. So that's going to help my Apple trade, which I am short. Look at how quick that is. That is the kind of movement that you want. That sudden move. If I have big shares, this could have been even a runner here, but just a small 400 shares, I'm okay. Not gonna be greedy, but gonna protect those profits that I already made. So now waiting for the 9 EMA to be broken. If that's broken, then we're up to the races. But of course, considering that this is already a big candlestick, expect that that's gonna be a pullback there, or just gonna have those who were shorts gonna take some profits here. So this can hit my stop loss as well, which is totally fine. Okay, so here's the AMD or Airbnb. This level right here acted as a strong ceiling, strong resistance there. But did not, would only be interested to short that if it went above this extreme. So extreme here is the high of the day, which is this. So since it did not go to that extreme, I did not want to take it because that's a high risk. It looks like Apple is still moving. So this is the good position that you want to be at. Trailing the stop is my most favorite thing to do because it's just you're trailing it, you're waiting for the move at the same time. Once it goes back up, then you're just taking some profit. Look at that move right there. If I have a bigger position, that could have been a nice little move. So now my stop loss is at 189.4. I'm 0.07 cents from getting stopped out. AMD consolidating. Look at the Tesla now. That could have been the entry and it's not working. So that's how you lower the risk. Let's see if Apple's gonna stop me out versus it's still gonna go down because SPY, look at the dump here in SPY. As a day trader, we like that. We like the volatility. So Powell can say whatever he wants, but if we are on the right side of the trade, then having Powell, which I don't think he's speaking today, but I'm just saying whatever volatility is happening in the stock market, we like those as a day trader. So got stop out. But yeah, that was a good move right there. So that was the move. Let's see. Yeah. So at this point for the Tesla should have took some partial and just trailing those stop. I did not take Tesla, by the way. But look at how interesting the daily for Tesla is. So this is what we call the inside bar. Previous candlestick, which is back in Friday because yesterday was a holiday. So it opened right here inside this huge candlestick and did not even test the low of this candlestick or that wick. And it just filled the gap, or not really the gap because it's not a gap, but what we call a range bound, where it just tested previous candlesticks level. So now this can retest 257 as well as this level. A good place to short this is once it goes to 259. That would be a very good place to short. Let's see if there's any easier trade. Testing again that level Airbnb. Volume here. Let me just clean my chart. No volume bar, no volume. 114 already. So if I don't see anything else, then we'll call it a day. So Apple, we got that move right there, but it's just stalling. Just didn't want to wait that long. Plus SPY. Yeah, just the daily for SPY is just weak because previous candlestick for the last 2 days it already is red. This one, just that small gap right there, gap down, just showing that it is weak. So Apple here, if I did not get step out, this one is very weak as well, just because look at the 15 minutes, it's still now lower low, lower high. So this one still has some room for this to go. This can have a potential to go to the VWAP even, because it tested, well, it was so close to testing that high of that candlestick, which it did not. I think that adds to the higher probability of this one as a short was the SPY having a pullback. And right now, SPY is not done having the pullback. So let's see if we can, even Tesla here is still heading lower low, lower high. So this one is still a very good trade to take initially when I call it out at 256.43, because that still is lower low, lower high. So let's see. Bunch of consolidation. This is the first red after this consolidation here. If it's not in the middle, could have been a good short, but that can just be consolidation right there. So yeah, trying to see if there's any other movers here, which I don't see any. All right, last check here. Tesla is still a good short. AMD here, it is, let's see. SPY just had a pullback. So this is a long stop loss if you short this one, where you're gonna put your stop loss either right here at 110.67. Low risk trade, or sorry, low yield trade, high risk trade. Alright, so yeah, let's just do the recap. So I traded a couple of stocks today. I traded AMD. AMD was such a good move today. Let's see if you can see my screen. Alright, so good afternoon everyone. It's September 5, 2023. It's already 1:18 in the afternoon, and just doing a market recap here. So I traded a couple of stocks. I traded AMD. So to begin with, let's look at what AMD did. So I always based it on the daily first as well as the SPY. This is what the SPY looks like. This is previous candlestick for the daily, and it opened right here at 450, which is a little bit of a gap down from that closing price right there. So you can see right here that SPY already looks weak. So with that in mind, I am looking at AMD. And what I saw with AMD is the daily chart that opened, interesting enough, at, let's see here, opened right here. So this is previous candlestick, the daily, it opened in between. So that's what we call an inside bar, because this opening is inside this candlestick right here. What it did and what it gave us is a very good opportunity, because it went all the way down right here. When I saw that, I cannot resist not taking that, because that is a low risk trade. Just imagine if it opened right here, we feel that move all the way to this candlestick, to that bar, and even tested this wick right there. We have the moving average there. That's why I was calling it out, that once it touched that level, then I will be interested in taking a long trade with AMD. And that's exactly what I did. So as soon as we found, we broke that level, SPY is still heading down. We broke that level, so I entered long, added to my position. The way that looks, and I was using 5 minutes when I did this trade. So the way that looks is this. Not the best looking, let's see here if you can see my, okay, not the best looking candlestick here, but when I saw that, if you can look at this, you wouldn't see what's that. It's just like, heading lower low, lower high, or lower low, lower high. But if you look at the daily, that would give you that indicator that we are heading to that level. As soon as it touched that level, it shoot right up. So I entered a long position here, added to my position, making my average cost to be right here. Then stop loss is right here. So I'm risking this much. So imagine this is the risk that I'm taking, and I was able to capture this move. So risking this much to capture this move. So that is at least 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio. So I was all out right here before it had that squeeze, and it just moved all the way to 111.42. Even tested this level here of this couple of days big candlestick. So this one were a bunch of algorithms, but I did not get to capture the whole move. But just this move right here with 700 shares, that was already enough for me to get. That was already more than $1 move, so more than 700 there without partialing. Because I did not partial, because I only have initially 300 added to my position, 400. Initially, I just have 400 shares, so no partialing. That's why I was just trailing my stop all out right here. Then what I saw was this big squeeze right here, which is very algorithmic. So I shorted it here because we now have that red candlestick. So looks like, okay, the squeeze is done. So I went short right here. That was a very quick trade. A bunch of short squeeze coming happening. So immediately at the sign of reversal, I went all out. That was a little bit of a move there. I got a good profit there, even with just 200 shares. So another profit here with this move. Now this is the bunch of trades that kind of like, sorry, I'm just trying to see whether there's any more movers, and there's none. So as soon as it had that short squeeze, I tried to short. Very tight stop loss at this point. I got stop out. Short again, got stop out. And then I got another short, got stop out. So whatever I made here, which is around like 250 only, I gave it back here. So first, second, third try to the short, I gave back this, because this one is a very tight stop loss, unlike this where I got at least that move. But when I saw that we are tapping out, we have that R4 right there, I re-entered here, and at this time I was patient enough to wait for the move. So it was clear with the 5 minutes, because it's heading lower low, lower high. If I can write it clearly, there you go, lower low, lower high. So I was able to make at least a decent move from 110.87 all the way to this level. So I exited out all the way here. So that move right there got me, let's see, a green trade as well to the short side. So green to the long, green to the short. So this is the long trade right here, short trade, which is a positive, and the short trade right here. So since I was risking this much, and I was able to capture this, so that one is another almost 4-to-1 reward to risk ratio. Even if I messed up right here with those three trades, which is short, very tight stop loss, short, short, even if I messed up with this, just because I have my tight stop loss and I let my winners run, which is at this point this, it was still a green trade to the short and to the long side. So just wanted to highlight and really dig into that as long as you will not be able to predict it or trade it 100% of the time, but you always have to have a good risk to reward system, right? I got stop out here, but look at how tight my stop loss there. I got stop out here, tight stop loss there. This one I got wicked out. So even if because the wick right there is so long, but I still was able to maintain that green and stay green because I stick with that risk to reward ratio. If there's no good risk to reward ratio of having a runner of at least 2-to-1 risk or 2-to-1 reward to risk ratio, then don't just take the trade. I was able to make money out of this because even before AMD move, I already have in mind what is that price that I'll be interested in trading the AMD. And that one was looking at the daily. I said to myself, it will be here. And I call it out as well. It will be here. And that's, sure enough, that's where I entered the trade and was able to make money out of that. And then I was looking at this position as well, just because I see that once it's squeezed, we have this big candlestick and that can act as a strong ceiling there. So it took me 3 stabs. That was wrong on the fourth, was correct, but that fourth gave me a 4-to-1 reward to risk ratio. So even with a short, even with that couple of stabs, I still was able to manage, end up being green on this trade because of that. So that is the AMD trade. Next one is XBEV. XBEV was a scalp trade because it did not really move as much as I was expecting it. I saw Lee, which is another EV company. Lee have this big move. So I'm like looking at the scanner. There's nothing that's really moving. I came across XBEV and I was calling it out that I will be interested in XBEV if it touched this level. Now, remember when I tell that it's touching this level, that's only a zone, right? So you have a zone right here. Now, if that level is not touched and you already see the big shift from being short to a long, then don't be scared to take that risk. But know that this could have been an A+ setup if it touched right here and your entry was the sign of a V reversal again there. So the good entry could have been a doji. So a doji right here could have been a good entry, or a hammer, or an inside bar. What's an inside bar? You have this red candlestick here, and then what you will see next is a bar inside it. So that means you're building up momentum, right? Why is that a good place to enter? You enter long. Stop loss is just below the body of this, and you're still entering at a low risk, high probability trade because you have formed the thesis that this is overextended. You have that V reversal here, and sure enough, as soon as I entered here, we got that squeeze there. But since I'm very cautious in what I'm trading as well as my share size, I've been practicing just a small share size. So with this, I entered 1,000 shares. I added to my position, I think 400, so 1,400 with a move of 18.8, stop out right here, 18.9, just a 10 cents move. That was still a green trade, but it was an easy trade. So you don't want to force a trade, but that's why you have your watch list, because you keep going back and forth to your watch list and trying to see whether Apple is moving, by the way. So this one was the short that I did, but I got stop out. So yeah, you wanna do not force the trade. If you see your setup, don't be scared to take that setup, but at the same time, you wait for the candlestick to go to the price that you want it to go. If it doesn't go to that price, then don't take it. So for instance, in Apple, this is another zone that I was talking about. This is the high of the previous candlestick, which is this. I was waiting for Apple to touch this candlestick or touch that price, 189.89, before shorting it. But remember that this is a zone. Once you see the sign of weakness, sign of reversal, if your thesis is still valid, then don't be scared to enter it. So when I saw that, although I did have to, this is my first tab, which is small, 400 shares. So red trade, small 400 share, a red trade. But when I saw that it did not have the momentum for this to go up and to test the high of this candlestick, looking at the SPY, I keep going back and forth. The SPY is having a pullback. It just broke the VWAP. So when I saw that there's no way for this one to have the momentum to go up, because if everyone is shorting Apple, Meta having a pullback, Nvidia, AMD having a pullback, what will make you think that this one is special for this to go up, right? So it's just gonna go with the trend, gonna go with the SPY, and that's the reason why I entered short here. So I entered short at the higher time frame. You want to switch it up to a higher time frame now that it's getting late the day. So here it's clear in the 15 minutes, which gives you a higher probability, less noise. So I entered at below the body of that candlestick. Initially, stop loss is right here, trailing my stop. So entry here, 189.59, and it moved to 189.40. It actually went all the way down here to 30, so that one is at least 30 cents. But just because I was trailing my stop, it stopped me out before it had that move. So I did not capture the whole move, but that's totally fine because green is a green. So I'm still green in this because I was able to monetize on this move. But with this tight stop loss, yeah. Couple of fake out here, but with that 15 was able to capture the move. So that is the Apple trade. Next one is, so I have AMD, Apple, Airbnb. Yeah, Airbnb is the red trade for the day. So with Airbnb, this is the one that I was waiting for. So yeah, it moved, but I did not want to touch Airbnb again because it is such a wiki stock. And wiki, what it means is it moves so much. Like imagine this one, 143.7 all the way to 142.9. That is already almost like 80 cents moved with the Airbnb. So what I was doing with Airbnb, and this is the reason why it's very important to have a stop loss in place, is so we have this in the class as well, and that's why with all the strategies it's always a 50-50, pre-market high, pre-market low. This one have developed that opening range breakout, very strong at the open, at the VWAP moving average, and then the rejection there. So what I was waiting for is first a sign of pullback so I can enter this one long. Why am I long bias on this? Because even before it opened, it already gave you an idea that this is a strong stock. You don't want to be in front of running train, right? You have this big gap. This one is your daily here. You have a big gap right here. So you already know that people are long bias in this. You do have a very strong catalyst. I'm just looking at the news here. Airbnb are rising more than 7% Tuesday on the news of it joining the S&P 500 effective September 18. So very strong catalyst, and that's why there's a big pop. So what I was looking at with Airbnb is a 9 EMA trade. What is a 9 EMA trade? It is a very strong stock at the open, and you don't wanna. So let's say 5 minutes. We wait for first 5 minutes before entering a trade, right? Now you don't want to long here because that's already overextended, right? If you're long here, where is your stop loss going to be? Either here or here. That's a very long and high risk. So what you wanted to do is for a gap up, you want to enter at a pullback. So like everything, the bull flag pattern, what is that pattern? It's a pole and a flag that if there's a big candlestick that formed right there, there's a pullback, that's where you want to enter, right? So same thing with 9 EMA. You have a big gap up, goes all the way up. You don't want to enter when it's pushing up. You want to enter at the pullback. So I entered at this candlestick right here because we have the 9 EMA there, which is acting as a support. Entered long, and then stop loss here is just below that wick. So entered long, it did pop. So I saw my profit and loss have that green there, but I was expecting for a move. But of course, with this candlestick, what it did, and very sneaky, was to step out all the long. So you have your long here because that's the moving average, and then stop loss. Got stop out here. Look at that. Got stop out, and then so that one was a first red trade. Entered again because it's still getting higher high, higher low. So I entered long again, and at this time, stop loss is the same. So entered long, and then I'm still basing it from this candlestick. Stop loss is just below this wick right here because I got wicked out, or I got stop out at this level. So I'm like, okay, just giving it a little bit of allowance that I get to get that stop loss here. Got me stop out before it got that move. So yeah, things like that can happen, and no one can predict that this one can get that wiki, or what we call you got wicked out. But that's part of the trade. That's part of trading. Since you cannot predict that, you kind of like just step aside and look for an easier trade. And that's the time that I get to see, because this is my first stock that I traded this morning. And that's the time that I get to see AMD as well as XPEV. Not a big mover, but it was a mover still. But that's how you mitigate those risk to reward ratio. That's how you become consistently profitable. You stick with your strategy. You stick with the strategy that we were discussing in the class is 9 EMA. We got the pivot point analysis. We got the volume price analysis. We got the VWAP play, opening range breakdown, opening range break up. Now, as a trader, 90% is not making a lot of money because they do not stick to their trading book. It's very important that you create your own trading book. Once you have your own trading book, I even advise you to print out all those best stocks that you get to see your play happen, because that will just ingrain in your head that, okay, if I see a big gap up in a stock and it has a pullback in the moving average, then I will take that trade. If, of course, it's aligned with what SPY is doing, if it's aligned with your daily chart, if it's also gives you that alignment that you have lots of asks sitting, lots of print in your tape. So that's how you align all of that for you to be consistent with your trading. The worst thing that a trader can do is what we call that fear of missing out, which is, I know it's very common, but it's also the best, way to ruin your capital. If you have that fear of missing out, it will mess up your entry, because just that 5 cents, 10 cents of being late with the entry can make a big difference. Because if you're late by 5, 10 cents, imagine that your stop loss is gonna get hit with your if you're being late. That's why sometimes when I look at the trade and I see that I'm like zero point zero 0.02 cents late from the trade, as long as the logical stop loss is still gonna be at the level that I want it to be, I can still take that trade. But if I'm late by zero point 0.5 or 10 cents and I couldn't make a logical stop loss, then I'll pass on that trade and I'll look for the easier trade. And that's why, we get to last in this business, because we do have that playbook that we have discussed in the class. And that's what I advise you to do. There's so many resources there in YouTube as well, but it's very important that you create your own trade book, because that own trade book will give you, it's like a check and balance. It's a guide rail for you, because if you do have that, you will be very selective with what you're trading. If you're very selective with what you're trading, first is your stock your market maker is not going to be too happy, because you're not giving them lots of commission, but at the same time you're saving yourself from wasting a lot of money from paying lots of commission. So yeah, that's the takeaway from today's trade. And yeah, I hope you guys have a green trading day. I'm just looking at this 6 watch list that we're watching today, and see whether there's any other trade that we can watch, which it doesn't look like we have one. So yeah, let me just share this one. So looking back here, AMD is now testing that level, having that higher high, higher low. Will be nice if it tests again that 111.42. That might happen around 3, and that could be a good short. But yeah, I'm done with the trade. Tesla is just consolidating right here. That could have been a good short, but at this point there's no trade to take there, because SPY is also looks like have found a bottom. Meta about to test this, so that's gonna form a double top. And then Apple have that little bit of a pullback, which we took, and then now having this moving average as a support there. XBEV, look at this one, there's no trade at all, because this one is just consolidating. NIO, same thing, consolidating. Nvidia, nothing really here, because the good trade here happened if you were long at S3, but at this point it's just a bunch of consolidation. So yeah, that's pretty much it. So thank you so much guys for watching, and I know this is a longer day than usual, but be also sensitive with what the SPY is doing. SPY had been very much not giving us a lot of opportunity of opening range breakdown. That's why you have to see what kind of market we are in. If you're not into, we're not getting a lot of opening range breakdown, that means it's just going to be a longer trade compared to the usual, which is totally fine. You just switch it up the gear, make it 5 minutes, 15 minutes, but I would highly encourage you to use a higher time frame. With the market that we are on right now, trade 5 minutes, 15 minutes, basing on your levels on the daily. That will save you a bunch of commission, that will save you a bunch of trial and errors, and it will keep, your capital is gonna thank you later. So let's see here, going back, so if you guys are not done trading yet, you can always wait for a power hour, which is in 1 minute, or sorry, 1 hour and 15 minutes, which is from 3 to 4 is the power hour. So yeah, you can wait for that. But at this point, I wouldn't force any trade at all. What you can do is just study what the SPY is doing as well as the rest of the stocks are doing. And kind of like if you're new, observe how the bid and the ask as well as the tape, you know, have that order flow. Because once you train your mind to see that order flow as well, you get to see like, oh, you have your long bias in this stock, but you get to see that every time it meets that resistance, have that big sell off. So those are the cues that you get to see that can only be done, and you get that training with the amount of hours that you spend with reading the bid and the ask as well as that printing in the tape. What else am I gonna uh, tell you guys? So yeah, that's pretty much it. If you guys have questions, please feel free to email us. And yeah, please feel free to check our website. It's called ecourseunlock.com. And if you want to just check whether day trading is for you, please do check that one out. We do add to our content weekly as well. So we have our trading recap. It's hard to talk when you're looking at the chart at the same time. But anyway, we do have our recap there as well. So check it out and see whether you get to see some of strategies that is also in your playbook. Because you don't have to make it complicated. If you have 1 to 2 strategies, playbook, you just rinse and repeat that. And that's how you build consistency. That's how you make consistent money out of trading. So with this one, let's see. So yeah, we do have more than 64 hours of learning our content there. We add to that 64 hours weekly, so learning never stops. So check that one out. If you see that you wanted to learn about the fundamentals, technical analysis, and you don't feel like online class is you're not ready yet for our online class, then just take a look at our trade recap, or also just avail our book, which is now in Amazon, and see whether day trading is for you. So this one, so we have our book, Day Trading Unlocked by Mary de Guzman. So check that one out. It's more than 300 pages of day trading strategies, fundamentals, and how to consistently become profitable as a day trader. And then we do have our free PDF file, which is you can download if you click this link, and that would give you a free access to our opening range breakdown, breakup strategy that you can check. And then, of course, we are streaming daily, and we are live Tuesday and every other Friday. So yeah, if you have questions, again, please feel free to email us. And thank you so much for watching. Have a good one, and have amazing day. Thank you, and happy trading. Bye.